am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is our Monday show dedicated to conspiracies and the discussion of possibilities of conspiracies. And there's more than enough talk right now of Donald Trump engaging in what appears to be an illegal act, reaching out to Ukraine to further his own political gains using the power of the White House, threatening to cut back on their payments. A quarter of $250 million in payments he was threatening to cut back if they were corrupt, alluding to the issue that was brought up 2 years ago about Joe Biden allegedly claiming that he was rigging, actually he held back $1 billion to the Ukrainian government in money, as his vice president role gave him the ability to do that, over his son Hunter not being prosecuted by a prosecutor. He ordered the prosecutor to be fired. Now, Trump is now in the same deep water that Biden was in, and you can't really say this is legal. It clearly seems like a misuse of power. And one news analyst is saying that what Trump did was something even worse than perhaps what happened with Biden. Now, Biden seemed to rig $1 billion in money and attach it to firing a prosecutor who was prosecuting his son Hunter, who, by the way, made $50,000 a month. Hunter did. It's crazy all the money Hunter was making off Ukraine. So there's all these allegations of corruption now in the Democratic and the Republican Party. And Trump is still saying, well, he's doing the right thing by talking about it, but he didn't go through legal channels to do it. Trump just went ahead and found more dirt on Biden that he could using his power of his presidency. Now, Fox News legal analyst says Trump call with the Ukrainian leader could be more serious than what Mueller dragged up. I don't know. Nothing could be more serious than what Mueller dragged up. Trump was blackmailed by the Russians over a sex tape. That's what Mueller said. And he said he wasn't going to do anything. It wasn't his purview. And Trump was also on record having known about the Russians rigging the election in advance of the election and didn't tell the FBI. Okay, we're going to unmute this and listen to this.
Do this or that and get rid of a certain prosecutor. Joe Biden said it. Joe Biden was very dishonest what he did. What he did is he said, if they don't do this or that and get rid of a certain prosecutor. Joe Biden said it. But because you're a faker, you in particular, you're a fake news group of people, you don't want to report that. I didn't do it. And you can. I hope you're going to be able to see a call, because I didn't do it. Everybody's looking for that call. And keep going the way you're doing, because when you see the call, you're going to be very surprised.
We saw the call. It did look like Biden was illegally using his power, admitting to people that he used his power. We played that the other night. It clearly looks like Biden could have been prosecuted, but why didn't Trump prosecute Biden? Why did he go around around the corner and talk to Ukraine and getting more dirt on Biden? That was where Trump violated the law. Now, if Trump wants to prosecute Biden at this stage of the game, he could certainly try, but Trump hasn't prosecuted anyone. He hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He hasn't prosecuted Elizabeth Warren for clearly lying about her Cherokee ancestry. That's perjury and fraud right there, and there's no statute of limitations on fraud. And there's the case of Ilhan Omar marrying her brother, her gay brother. There's more than enough evidence she did that, and she's not been prosecuted. So when Trump says these things about Biden, he should have gone through channels to prosecute him. Same with Hillary. I mean, he's just doing things recklessly without any course of action that's within the legal framework of our Constitution, undermining our democracy. And that's a serious implication. So let's see what else they said in the story. I hope everyone's having a good time tonight. Yeah. I certainly am taking on the tough subjects here. The Fox News analyst that said this, Andrew Napolitano, actually a friend of Trump's, ironically, he said Monday that the allegation that Trump pressured the leader of Ukraine to investigate the son of Joe Biden could be the most serious charge he's faced since entering office. Yeah, so he said it. He's a constitutional expert of his own making, and he's Fox's news analyst. Comments came as Trump faces increased scrutiny regarding reports that he pushed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a July phone call to investigate Biden's son Hunter Biden over allegations of corruption. Wow. The call occurred around the same time Trump administration decided to delay $250 million in military aid to Ukraine. Now, this whole story wraps around to the new whistleblower obstruction of justice that Trump is doing right now. He's not allowing evidence to be brought up, given to Adam Schiff, who's looking into a whistleblower allegation with the Inspector General regarding something Trump said to Ukraine. So the story is morphing into double jeopardy for Donald, because it really seems like he's doing everything illegal and obstructing justice in the process by not revealing what the whistleblowers said. Sarah is a person who started out in a different framework than I did in college. I was a person who was prejudiced against by affirmative action. Right after the Bakke decision, they still had a major prejudice going on against white people, preventing them from getting college money. And then Elizabeth Warren, right around the same time period, declared she was a Cherokee Indian and got all the money she wanted. I didn't declare I was a Native American, even though I have Native American ancestry. I don't have enough to warrant affirmative action money. But she did claim that, and she's not Cherokee Indian, so she should be charged. So why is Trump not doing anything to prosecute anyone? It wouldn't be impossible for Trump to prosecute Biden right now for what he did as a vice president, but the media is claiming that there's nothing illegal about holding back $1 billion to the Ukrainian government when Biden was vice president over his son Hunter and a prosecutor that he insisted had to be fired in order for them to get the money. That's totally illegal. He could be prosecuted now. And Trump clearly should be prosecuted for trying to do the same damn thing. It's crazy how these people don't even understand the law. And their advisors aren't giving them good heads up, because Trump basically culled all the good people out of his administration. Did you take loans out, New York EMT? Yeah, you took out loans. I would not take loans out. Why would I take loans out to get an education when I was the #1 student in my high school class? Why would I have to? Why would I have to take out loans when in, 14 nations around the Western civilized nations actually offer free educations? Why would I have to take out loans to get an education? Why would I go $200,000 in debt or whatever I would have gone in debt, maybe $50,000, just to get an education? Why would I have to do that when my performance was stellar? I was singled out and racially biased against because I'm white. It's pretty obvious. You hear Trump talking about ending affirmative action? No, he's not. Yeah, Zeno, you're not making any sense. You're contradicting yourself. Debt is slavery, and that's what the system is counting on, that young people are slaves from the start. Exactly my point. I chose not to be a slave. I chose not to take out loans and become an indentured servant to an education system that really doesn't pay off necessarily. But there were a lot of reasons why I wasn't given any scholarship funds, mostly because I was white. And still am. I haven't changed color. Trump admits asking Ukraine to investigate Biden's son, so he flat out admitted it, which means that Trump is now legally liable for what he's done. Whereas before, it's all Russian news, Russian fake news, it's all Russian hoax. He could get away with just lying about that when in fact he was getting lots of money from Russia the whole time. But this he can't lie about because he's openly admitted to it. Whoever's giving him advice is an imbecile. Host Intel chair responds to Trump's Ukraine reports. His opponent during a presidential campaign then may be the only remedy that's co-equal to the evil that that conduct represents. Yeah, Adam Schiff is saying that Biden is just as guilty. Good point. After news broke about an anonymous intelligence official who filed a whistleblower complaint involving a July 25th conversation between Trump and Ukraine President Zelensky, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump urged Zelensky about 8 times to investigate Biden's son Hunter, who sat on the board of a Ukrainian gas company when Biden served as vice president. You can't use the power of the presidency to do this, get dirt on your opponent. And then he withheld $250,000. Yeah. So Trump is getting very poor advice from his ill-conceived moron advisors who are acting chief of staff, acting secretary of defense, acting secretary of labor. We've got all these acting people in his administration because everybody's been fired. Yeah, that's a pretty decent SAT you had. Yeah. Recently, this guy, this David Hogg, the protagonist for gun control, David Hogg was given a free ride at Harvard with under 1,200 SAT averages. It's the lowest amount you can get and still get into Harvard, and no one has ever heard of a white guy getting into Harvard with 1,200 on their SAT. No one. So David Hogg just had a free pass to Harvard. Now he's going to Harvard. You know, the guy that was in the news, the media hog that kept proclaiming that Parkland shooting was terrible, that somehow he saw it. His testimony switched 3 times. He said he saw it there at the place when it was happening, and then he said he was 3 miles away driving to the place on his bike. He claimed he's not an actor, and then he says he was training to be an actor. Everything about David Hogg looks and sounds very suspicious. Remember that guy? Well, there's a conspiracy theory that's promoting right now. There's a theory that David Hogg may very well be the possibilities are immense. David Hogg may very well be Adam Lanza, the alleged shooter. Yeah, the alleged shooter in that shooting that happened at Sandy Hook, allegedly. Yeah. No, David Hogg may very well be Adam Lanza. Look at him. He looks exactly like him. You know what's really interesting about David Hogg is his father is an FBI agent. You know what's even more interesting? Nicholas Cruz, the alleged shooter in the Parkland Marjorie Stoneman shooting, Nicholas Cruz, his father, is a federal agent. He actually has a guardian who's a federal agent. So both of these people, Nicholas Cruz and Adam Lanza, or excuse me, David Hogg, both have fathers who are federal agents. How convenient. Gee, are you putting your kids out there to promote gun control? I wonder. And no one ever caught Nicholas Cruz on videotape shooting anyone. Yet they ramrodded a confession through and they have no forensic evidence to tie him to the crime. Yet he's going to do the time. Put Hogg's face over mine? No, I don't look like that. Didn't you get the memo? We the people have had enough, okay? Stop the BS, false flags. Stop telling us that these events are happening without any proof whatsoever that they're happening. No forensic evidence has been presented in almost all of these cases. We've had over 50 of them since, 2006? There's been over 50 of these cases. The only thing we have is photographs like this. This is the only case of a showing of a body from a terrorist attack. And it's clearly a wax dummy. You can see the ear is like a half an inch lower. The head is deformed. It's not Pastor Clemente Pinckney. Wherever that guy is, who knows, but that's a wax dummy. That's the only actual open casket funeral that's ever been performed from any of the terrorist acts since 2006. The only one. Wonder why? So you're beginning to think that they're manipulating us. Propaganda is pushing us toward gun control. You know, that's the exact same thing that happened in Germany in the 1930s. Goering and Goebbels conspired to make it seem that, oh yeah, the Jews had to be disarmed and everyone had to be disarmed. They used an international gun control treaty like the one John Kerry and Trump have signed into law. Trump never reneged on that, you know. That international gun control treaty was still signed and is still out there. He hasn't pulled it. He told the NRA he was going to pull his signatures off it. He hasn't. The same exact type of treaty was imposed upon the Jewish people in the ghettos of Germany prior to being taken away to the concentration camps where they later died. You see this this pattern is repeating in history because the very same people are trying to do it again. The Zionists who led to Hitler's takeover of Germany and ultimately his power were the Rothschild family, a group that openly endorsed the Balfour Declaration to create a state of Israel that was created back in 1914. Hitler was a Zionist. Like I said, Biden is a Zionist and Trump is a Zionist. We've got the same Ashkenazis dwelling in the White House right now. So we are literally in a situation as in America where we beat the Germans in the 1940s. We beat the Japanese, but we're now dealing with the Nazis again. This is what's going on. I'm serious. I wish I could make this up and just, say this is a fantasy and it's all just a big conspiracy and you can disregard it. But it's really happening. When World War II happened, 57% of our population were Germanic of descent. You can clearly see from my name that it's a Germanic name, Sponheim. Historically, my family came from Germany originally. Around 1100 AD, we moved to Norway. But the Germans populated this country so heavily in World War II that they were having Bund parties down the street during World War II. For real. People were openly supporting Hitler. So those people are still around and they're still embedded in our country. And when you look at the history of our nation, look at the Bush family. The Bush family literally is connected at the hip with Adolf Hitler. We don't allow any references to that person tweeting about me here. Yeah, thanks. And if he doesn't have the balls to come back in the room, I'm not going to share his tweets. They don't do any autopsies of any of the false flags that happened. That's the problem, guest 818. Nobody's doing any autopsies of any of these events. We have a photograph of Ellen DeGeneres' set on her show, and somebody came in the show and said, isn't it a little weird that Ellen DeGeneres has a set that looks just like Epstein's supposed temple? And I'm going, okay, yes. Isn't that odd? Why has Ellen DeGeneres got a temple like image in there? Well, why did she go to Epstein's orgy island? I mean, is she one of the people that went to the orgy island? I don't know. Was she looking for some young girls to have fun with? I don't know. I mean, I'm not even alleging it, but I mean, that is a little weird the way it looks just like the temple, doesn't it? Doesn't she shoot at Mandalay Bay where she met that Jose Campos guy and did a show with a guy who allegedly saw the Mandalay Bay show? Remember that Jose Campos who claimed to be the only witness that saw the shooter? Yeah. Jose Campos, I'll never forget that. He goes on the Ellen DeGeneres show in the Mandalay Bay building itself where she films. And he talks about it, and then he flees the country and goes to God knows where, South America, and has never been seen since. Now that's pretty suspicious that she would interview that guy right after a fake event happened without any proof that it even happened. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds pretty strange. That's not a chemtrail, that's cereal rye. Yeah, they're just seeding the field with cereal. That's not an actual chemtrail. Why is Bernie not talking on impeachment? Good question. Why is the only one who's talking about impeachment is Biden and Beto and Ocasio. But of the candidates, the only ones that are talking about impeachment are Warren, Biden, and Beto. It's a tongue twister. Okay, the Make America Great group is now being parodied by the YMCA. Yeah, I really don't know if I can get into that whole denigrating. Yeah, I don't really want to make America gay again. Thanks for sharing, though. The Democrats want to do that. I want to make America vape again. You got a solar mini split air conditioner, runs 24/7, day and night. That'll be fun. You know, I'll add it to tonight's show, but we are not Technology Thursday. We're Conspiracy Monday. So it's kind of an odd thing. I'll put it in Cool Tech as well. Thanks. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. I don't know. Napolitano is a friend of Donald Trump's, but he acts like he's his worst enemy. Vaping is perfectly safe, Daryl. They're trying to ban e-vapes that are fruity. And you know that's only going to want to make kids do that more often. Oh, that's Sponheim Sales and Service. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of farming, my family does. Yeah, I didn't realize this was actually a Sponheim website. I met a bunch of these farmers out in Minnesota one day. I went to a food fair and I met a bunch of these farmers. They're dropping rye out there. They're aerial dropping of rye. It's a pretty good way to get the rye out there in the field. Yeah, it's kind of cool to be able to, you know, look at a site dedicated to farming and have Sponheim Sales and Service. I'm going to follow that. So that means I have to sign in. Hold on, please. Okay, thanks for that link. I didn't realize they were out there dropping rye from an airplane. Sir, are you Bob Lazar? No, I am not. I don't buy into the alien agenda. They fanned the flame of the alien agenda last week to take our mind off of all the corruption in government. Remember they talked about new pictures. These pictures have been around for like 4 or 5 years of the U.S. government admitting they've seen or UFOs, unidentified flying objects. No, I'm not going to take a cruise with the Democrats. I don't drink vodka like they do. And I'm not going to cruise with the Republicans because they're a bunch of scotch drinkers. I'm not an alcoholic like the Democrats and Republicans are. All the Democrats and Republicans drink like a sieve. Except for Donald Trump, of course. He and I both don't drink alcohol. We can have a fun time just chatting in a normal way without having to, get altered. Although I would like to, I would like to give Trump an opportunity to vape at least some THC to see what it tasted like. He can do that legally in Washington, D.C. He could vape THC if he wanted to. Yeah, Alex Jones is not going to talk about Biden right now. I think his favorite burger is a fish burger, not a cheeseburger, Daryl. Queen Mother's favorite hotel, 2 minutes walk from Buckingham Palace, before she married Prince William. Really? I don't really need to see it right now, but thank you for that, Stebo. I am kind of a small farmer at heart. I wanted to start a farm at one point. But thank you, Bryn. I wanted to start a farm at one point, but I realized I didn't look like a farmer,
Yeah, but you and I could turn that place into a farm of whatever we want.
Well, theoretically, we could grow vegetables, but, that takes a lot of work. I'd much rather be Ellen DeGeneres,
You kind of are, except, we have to go out and get you people to be on your show. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's stopping you from being Ellen DeGeneres is just calling people and being like, I want you to be on my show. A scheduler. You just need one person to schedule all these people to be on your show, and then you can be like Ellen DeGeneres.
I get so many crank calls on our show.
No. I'm not talking about crank calls. I'm talking about an actual scheduler where you call them.
True. That would be nice. Okay, homicide victims rarely talk to police. That's a sad news story that even reached publication. Look at this. Homicide victims rarely talk to police.
Maybe homicide victims' families?
Yeah, because victims are usually dead. Yeah, it's kind of a strange tweet. Thanks, Rodney. Whoever Rodney you are. We're not sure what Rodney you are. Well, Sarah, thank you for coming in and giving me a break.
I'm sorry I'm not your Ellen DeGeneres type scheduler.
Yeah.
You just need one more person to schedule all these people on your show.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. You do more than anybody else. Chef Carl Ruiz has died at the age of 44. No one knows the cause of death. He was famous for his massive, National Treasure sandwiches.
Park and tourist hotspot reopened. The new
just reopened last week,
but not without a.
Anyway, sad story for him. And we'll look at other stories tonight after we do this. So Trump does eat cheeseburgers in bed for dinner while he watches 3 TVs. So Trump has shifted from fish burgers to cheeseburgers.
They're so delicious. I do love cheeseburgers.
We had a guy in our show who actually ate 14 double cheeseburgers the other night, and he's got 400 pounds of weight he needs to lose.
The thing is, with the cheeseburger, if you can do it without the bun, and just eat the burger and maybe the lettuce and tomato. If you can do that, that would be good.
Look at all that ketchup. He's got corn syrup ketchup there. That's made from GMO corn syrup, GMO bun,
and
GMO
a diet
meat,
soda,
and a Diet Coke too. He swears by these Diet Cokes, and they're linked to serious bladder cancer.
Serious something.
Anyway. He's not very healthy. He got a very low rating on his study. A couple of cardiologists analyzed his data because he takes like Lipitor, to lower his cholesterol. And they said even with Lipitor, Trump is still in the dangerously high cholesterol level. Yeah, well, I'm sure he's eating something. You wish our president would at least try and be a role model? Yeah, I agree. He's kind of fallen by the wayside.
I agree with that statement. I wish he would at least just try to be a role model.
Good point.
Just in his head, like, I am the president. I should be a role model. Many children are looking at me. Wait, he raised some children, so maybe he thinks he is like a role model. Oh, you always see him posing it with it, but he never eats it, says Final Dream, because Final Dream thinks they want us. They run an experiment to see if we'll eat what the president's eating. No, I'm sorry. I have not thought of joining your cult. No. Warlord used to wear that my grass is green shirt every day, and I had my grass is blue. When did I last eat a burger? Well, David has some organic hamburger meat that I have a burger, like a cheeseburger without the bun. So, probably 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I probably need a burger. I don't know what David's making tonight. Chicken, burgers, fish. Did I see the earth dry today because of the day off March on Friday? No. Okay. Wait, Anita and Drag King are the same person? Wait, no. Taken, really? I don't think so. Really? Is that true, Drag Queen? You're the same person as Anita as what's her other name? Bowl of Lego blocks, you're hilarious. Oh, okay. Steve-O, something for a couple days before Trump became president. Why was the only time thing we heard on U.S. mainstream was God Save the Queen? I don't know, Steve-O. I think your spelling is becoming worse, Steve-O. Ticking time bags and Drag King are the same person? No. Doctor in charge of Joan Rivers' fatal throat surgery did take photos of the sedated comedian in the operating room. Court records reveal. Where have I been? I don't know. Maybe I just was not in the room when you guys revealed certain things. You want to see my shirt? It's like a Wonder Woman shirt. The V and all that. Thank you. Okay, and then I was gonna look at this. Oh, cool. In case you missed it, ABC News, just in, Pentagon will deploy additional troops and military equipment to Saudi Arabia in response to the kingdom's request. The president has approved the deployment of U.S. troops, which will be defensive in nature and primarily focused on air and missile defense. That was pretty funny. Make America vape again. Coin Radar, thank you. Oh my god, that was pretty funny. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Sorry. You miss Misanthropy? It's pretty sure. Does it give me superpowers? I already have superpowers. I thought David said he unbanned Misanthropy, but I don't know. When was America great? Lou asks. Sure, I don't mind the chat. Why would you call it that kind of chat, though, I Love Fries? He's gone on a vision quest. As he should. He will be back. Didn't he go on a vision quest, like, over the summer sometime? My superpower name be... Super Sarah? Well, you know, they have Wonder Woman. They have Stern Vision. What? I was thinking something with technology, but then I really don't feel very as soothing Sarah. That's not a superpower, really. But I have the ability to soothe everybody down. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Drag King. Exactly what he needed and wanted. My goodness, I have so many tabs open over there. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Drag King. I've always wanted to be a more memorialized. What's the word? I wanted to be lived forever in some kind of form. Oh, no, chicken, not... Just eat the bats. Don't eat the stuff that comes out of them. Guana? No. Guano? No, whatever? No. Yeah, do you want that to bleed everywhere? No. Alright, I think I'll check out All Sides. Allsides.com. Apple's Mac Pro production will remain in the US after tariff exemptions. Production of its roughly $6,000 Mac Pro computers will remain at its Austin, Texas plant. They secured tariff relief. End to end. This video exceeds your sensitivity preference. It is recommended that you not recommended that you view this in work environments or other similar environments. Has David seen it? Space Shuttle? It is probably important that I watch it. Okay, it's language sensitive. I'll have to watch it some other time though, not right now. It's a trap. Don't click it. Trump made an appearance at a Texas event hosted by Indian Americans welcoming Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Oh, cool. Ooh, your superpowers, you can pick up things with your toes. That's pretty cool. Wonder Nerd. Ooh, I like that. Instead of wonder, let me think of something nerd. Nice nerd. Natural nerd. Not neurotic nerd. Is there some N word that would go with wonder? Super... Jason says hi. Jason. Okay. I don't know if I know you, Jason, but hi back. Ooh, the composter. Yeah, that could be my superpower. The composter. I already told people you guys call me Queen of the Worms. World's 2 leading democracies celebrate a renowned friendship. 50,000 Indian Americans cheer the historic occasion. Wow. I guess that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to like open up relations with India as he's trying to close them with I like that. The composter turns organic matter into dirt over a certain number of months. That's a superpower in your book. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I mean, I saved the trash. What, Bengalitis? Why? Because you can heat them up in a microwave? Queen of the Worms. Sounds more like a supervillain name. Queen of the Worms. Oh, show you my graduation video. It's cute. Okay. See, which is more proof that if somebody wants to censor someone, they would just take away their account. Like they did to you, even though you didn't do anything wrong. All right, let me find it. Here it is. Oh, there we go. Love that. Love it. Wow. You should pay him to use your bots? Wow. Can I clean the chat? Do you want me just purge your message? Well, because David has me in his life, Howie. So you say, why does he make so many excuses for women? Because he has me. So he makes excuses for me, maybe. The whole chat needs to be sanitized. I think it's okay. Maybe David can clear the chat when he comes back. Wait, what did David tell you, 976? He never fell in anywhere. I don't cook. Get over it. I do, however, compost. Oh, he does? Well, how do you know the women that he's defending are the way that you describe? Oh, I know. You know. Thank you. Yeah, David and I are lucky to have each other. You have me twice, in front and behind. Oh, I know. I should have put it in front. I look awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm a top 10 finalist for something. I'll let you know if I get that. Well, being top 10 is pretty cool. Well, did you ask him, Howie, or are you just afraid you'll get banned? Oh. Oh, thank you, Bangalitis. Even though I feel like my face is like crooked, I feel like this should be up higher because of how my teeth sit in my mouth. But I am going to go talk to my periodontist. I need to see, oh, thank you guys for reminding me. I need to see if I have money left in a certain account, and then talk to my periodontist and see how he'd like to reshape my mouth. The periodontist is a gum doctor. He does all of this, everything that's underneath your gums. And I see a periodontist instead of just a dentist because I had some pretty bad gum issues before. Why Americans don't fully trust many who hold positions of power and responsibility. That's a pretty good one from Pew Research Center. I might read that one. What Pew Research Center believes. What is that supposed to mean, Howie? Wow, I love fries. There you go, Sosadi. Why Americans don't fully trust many who hold positions of power and responsibility. People invest their trust in institutions and those who have power for a variety of reasons. Researchers have found that people's confidence in others and organizations can include their judgments about the competence, honesty, and benevolence of the organizations or individuals they are assessing, as well as factors such as empathy, openness, integrity, and accountability. These perceptions can be seen as building blocks of trust. Taking account of those insights, a new Pew Research Center study finds that people offer different judgments about these building blocks of trust. That sounds good, Laura. Oh, I hope you feel better though. Okay, if I see Mad Dog, I will tell him that. This research finds that people offer different judgments about these building blocks of trust when it comes to 8 groups of people who hold positions of power and responsibility in America. Members of Congress, local elected officials, K-12 public school principals, journalists, military leaders, police officers, leaders of technology companies, and religious leaders. Notable shares of the public give people in these powerful jobs low ratings when it comes to behaving ethically, dealing with ethical problems in their ranks, and admitting mistakes. Half or more of Americans think these influential people act unethically at least some of the time, ranging from 50% who believe this about military leaders. Oh wait, David would be saying, Sarah, are you showing them the show thing that you're looking at? Okay, so here we go. This is how they feel. Most think that key institutional actors behave unethically at least a little bit of the time. This one, dark blue, is all or most of the time, some of the time, a little of the time, or none of the time. They're like members of Congress, all or most of the time, 17%, but some of the time even is like 64%. Wow. So even this is like pretty high. Military leaders is better, but still 50%. Principals, 52%. Wow. Americans generally don't think unethical behavior by those in positions of power and responsibility results in serious consequences. How often, if at all, do you think that blank face serious consequences when they act unethically? So that's the big thing, is that they're not held responsible, for their actions.
Anything new going on in here?
Well, I was just looking at this thing about a third or more Americans think that unethical behavior is treated relatively lightly. That's to say, wrongdoers face serious consequences only a little of the time or less often.
So a lot of people believe
that?
So
they believe that these 8 types of people behave unethically at least some of the time.
Good.
And this is a Pew Research Center thing.
I think that's a fair assessment.
And that these same types of people don't face consequences for when they act unethically.
Interesting. So the American pulse is really right on. We really believe what we believe because we really don't trust our officials. Because they're not trustworthy.
Many believe members of Congress do not often admit mistakes or take responsibility for them. That's really what it's about. It's like, just say if you're wrong. You know, say you're wrong, admit mistakes. The ones that do admit more mistakes are principals, then military leaders, police officers, religious leaders, journalists, leaders of tech companies, local officials, members of Congress. I'm glad I didn't become a principal. I don't want to appear unethical or be unethical, but I think that the people I've met are ethical, but I think that they get super busy, and that has an effect. Americans do have the most confidence in K-12 principals out of all of these leaders. They have the least confidence in members of Congress and technology leaders. And it sees military and tech leaders doing key parts of their job well. It gives a mixed verdict on police officers. Views of those who hold positions of power and responsibility are linked to political party, race, and gender. Republicans and independents who lead toward a Republican are less likely than Democrats to believe journalists perform key parts of their jobs all or most of the time or some of the time. Democrats and their counterparts are more likely to think that K-12 public school principals consistently perform key aspects of their jobs well. Okay, anyway, that was interesting read. Moving on. Well, here in our state, they don't retain students or hold students back. Instead, if students aren't doing well, they will work to make sure they give them extra support, like learning assistance program, which helps with reading. Title program helps with reading and math. They don't give summer school unless they qualify for an IEP and they're not meeting their IEP goals. IEP is individualized educational program, and that is like if a student's not performing at grade level, then they can go through certain testing, and then if they're below a certain, it all depends on the testing, but then they have to go through a bunch of hoops to qualify for an special education. Well, the thing is that if you don't like that how the system works, Ricky, you have to like go and really lobby, because it's all laid out by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is a federal law, and that says that students need to be in the least restrictive environment possible, so they want students to be in a general education class as much as possible. Some are detected a lot more earlier than that, Ricky. I'm glad you have mostly okay teachers. I did have a student say today, Do you think that's really him dragging? Say I was the nice teacher. You're one of the nicest teachers I've ever had. Well, they've only had 2 teachers before me, so. But I'm like, are you sure? Because I can be pretty strict. And they're like, no. But I am. I try to be kind. Well, we do early intervention with reading, early screenings and intervention. I mean, if you don't test the kids and don't realize that they're not reading well, then it's a problem. But, yeah. Really? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Howie. Do you mind if, you don't have to answer this question, but can I ask your race? Since you brought up the fact that you had race card pulling teachers. Yeah, that's how I am, so sorry. Did she teach math for college, or what kind of, you said you have a sister that taught math? I asked Howie, do you mind if you're a white guy, very quiet, smart, so you're told. Okay. Did you have teachers that were the same race as you, or different races that were the race card pulling teachers? Really? Super sweet teacher, True Blue. Oh, your sister taught 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. Did she teach at public school or at private school? Yeah, I know. Some teachers can't stay after school. They have a life too, but okay. Yeah. Aw, that's cute, True Blue. I disagree with that statement, Ricky. I don't think you wrote boys are really stupid. I think that boys are intelligent. I think, though, that boys have the capability to be smart. I think that boys have a different way of doing things often than girls do. But quite often, some of my brightest students, I have equal numbers of boys and girls. That I should say my best readers, I have equal numbers of boys and girls. But I do tend to say that, yeah, the school system is set up more for girls. It's like quiet activities a lot of the time, reading, writing, quiet activities, where boys like to be active and move and things like that. You did better with teachers that were angry people, that were like, this is how it's done. I'm not going to put up with that. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, no. Ricky, you say many teachers are not, you say now even girls are not doing science and tech. There is definitely a lack of girls in science and technology. And you say many teachers are not properly evaluated because there's no money. And then in some places, music, art, even PE are being removed from school. Yeah. Your favorite teacher was the science teacher and everyone was afraid of the science teacher? Wow. I've heard that. I've heard that certain people, like, they say, oh, I like this teacher because he treats everybody the same, which is might not be very nice, but he treats everybody the same regardless. But that's cool. You liked Mrs. Bell. All right. But he was your favorite. He was strict, and you needed someone strict. That is very true, Ricky. The family unit being non-existent in some areas has really affected kids because it really takes a village to raise a child. It takes all adults and older people helping protect and helping raise that child, and sometimes people get overwhelmed, and having another supporting adult to take over when one adult gets overwhelmed is really good. I appreciate that you appreciate good people and that you refuse to shun people. I appreciate that, Howie. Nice. I sometimes wonder, well, you say you refuse to shun a good, wait, you said a good homie man or a woman. So yeah, I do appreciate that. Kids with dads tend to do better in everything. Guys, gentlemen, I'm going to be talking to you for just a minute. Even if you're not a father, how Ricky just pointed out that kids with dads tend to do better in everything. I want to encourage you to go and join the program Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And what it is you become a mentor for, I'm speaking specifically to gentlemen, but that's because they often tend to not have enough big brothers, and you become a mentor for a little brother, a little boy, and you do activities with them, and it really helps. They always, so I would really encourage you guys to go become a big brother, big sister. And Q17, you do have to pass the background check, so there's that. They do extensive interviews with the people before they allow you to be a big brother or big sister.
Yes, they do. They do a lot of vetting.
They do a lot of vetting. So, but that's to pair you right with the right match. But there's just a huge need, especially for young boys, and because teachers like me will often say, oh, if this boy's in a single family home with a single mom, then we would say, hey, have you heard about Big Brothers, Big Sisters? And then they go and try to get a big brother, and there's no volunteers. So
we need a lot of people who want to adopt children too. There's a lot of need for that. I would think churches would be able to offer cash payments to people to raise a child in their parish, like a mother to give birth and hand the baby over to adoption, that you'd think there'd be a monetary incentive for a woman to carry a baby for 9 months.
I'm sure there could be.
There could be. Yeah.
That doesn't mean I have a higher IQ, Victory. That just means I have degrees and I have the willingness to write a lot of paperwork. Yeah. And I mean, there's been a lot of people who have higher IQs that decide that college isn't for them because they don't like to
be indoctrinated.
And kowtow to authority, and there's a lot of reasons. That
Jeffrey Epstein was not. Yeah, he's not an example of an adopting parent. Jeffrey Epstein was not. No.
Well, the thing is, Howie, one thing that could stop a group is that you always meet with your little in a public place. So you can say, I'll meet with this younger child, but at the public library. So I'll help them do their homework at the public library, or maybe at a McDonald's, so that you're in a public place all the time with that child.
I wonder if there's ever been a transgender protest their ability to participate in Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Yeah, you got to wonder if there are any cases like that.
With what?
Transgenders trying to become Big Brother, Big Sisters. Instead of Big Brother, Big Sister, it's Broster. What would be a transgender version of Big Brother?
There's
Broster.
But there are.
Yeah, sister. Yeah. It's a tough question. I don't expect you to answer it.
In a public place. Meet them in a public place.
Like the transgenders are doing it publicly, upsetting a lot of people. Very upset. I'll talk about the transgender conspiracy theory in just a bit. Thanks, Sarah.
I'm just trying to help people be mentors, not be.
No, but I'm saying there's a whole bunch of people who want to mentor children by reading fantasy books in the public library. It's a popular trending subject now.
Yes.
And these transgenders are purposely, setting up fantasy reads for the kids to watch.
They become read-aloud authors.
And
like
they simply want to be represented in the children's section, and a lot of people are upset about that. That's what.
I don't know why they are.
Well, they don't want to be taught their children to be exposed to transsexuals who are it's difficult to model a child into the future if we embrace transgenderism as a normative value. And the Democrats are clearly trying to do that. It's a transgender conspiracy, if you will, and they're trying to push people toward this. And I showed you images of Miley Cyrus's new video, Mother and Daughter, where transgenders were talked about earlier. It was kind of difficult to imagine all this constant programming going on, and the children that are watching shows and artists that they respect, like Miley Cyrus. Maybe they like her. Who knows? Kids don't know. And then the Mother and Daughter video shows clearly transgender. Yeah, I'm not going to play it, and certainly within the 8-second framework of YouTube, but I can clearly show you this video is all about endorsing transgenders and dropping subliminal messaging, which controls our mind. Every woman is a riot, it starts out with. And it goes on to talk about social messaging, virginity as a social construct, not an object. And then it goes on to, profile people as transgenders in various roles. Like that. I'm not really sure, if this is exactly what we're trying to tell our kids, the normative values are not this way. You want to do the what's going on video because you can't handle the negativity because it's coming at you too fast. I just feel like you're constantly going to the same response pattern to cover up your inadequacy in understanding the power of the elite. And because you're not able to think on a metacognitive level, Howie, you're unable to actually grasp it, like many people who are struggling with reality.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes, I am. And many of you are incels too, and you're thinking of having a robotic girlfriend, something you could sink your mind into, who has a nice body, who looks very pretty. But hey, life isn't perfect. Yeah, you have to actually communicate with people to actually have a girlfriend. Believe it or not. That guy made $14 million just doing that routine so far on YouTube, which shows you how mindless YouTube wants us to be. The more mindless, the more ridiculous, the more conspiracy oriented, like Alex Jones, the more likely they'll endorse you. But if you ever make a statement that reveals the undercurrent of corruption, like false flag videos, they hate false flag videos on YouTube. You'll get kicked off immediately. If you're Elon Musk, you get millions of hits. Coming up with a boring machine. And then a flamethrower. There he is. He's so very proud of his flamethrower. Those are the people that are successful, the ones that have nothing to say. You know, I like the fact that some of you are asexual. I think that's fine. And, you know, I don't want to push getting to know people. I don't want to push social life on any of you people, because this is a really fervent ground of social interactivity, all of us. I communicate with you and you watch me. So the question is, are we going to impeach Trump or are we going to prosecute Biden? Why doesn't Trump prosecute anyone? What's going on? I mean, how can any QAnon person possibly believe that Trump is prosecuting anyone in the deep state? He hasn't prosecuted anybody. So how can we say he's taken him out? It's ridiculous. So clearly Trump is in the deep state and is controlled by the deep state. All right. Then there's Trinity Broadcasting Network and how over the top their broadcast is. Talk about mind control.
Look good on me. So anyone
dance routine or the wardrobe, or does somebody else make those decisions?
I might not have the best fashion sense, but I certainly know that lime green ruffled rayon shirts wouldn't look good on me. So anyone who wondering, no, I had no choice on that one. I have become much more attuned to what I will be wearing in subsequent weeks, though.
Are you surprised by all of the attention?
All of the transgenders that are out there amidst you and the Dancing with the Stars competition. I mean, that guy doesn't deserve a place on a TV screen. Huckabee. Nor does his daughter. Have you seen her recent spiel on Fox News? I didn't. I was about ready to vomit when I started watching it. It's like projectile vomiting on the screen. Yeah, she's really untalented. And her message is kind of strange. And she has she believes that she always spoke the truth, even though she was caught in numerous lies for the president. Hey, why does Dave only American can say Eric and in English correctly? I don't know. Well, maybe you could do that phonetically for us, Steve-O. Alex Jones put on a Joker face. Yeah, these people are shams. They're jokes. They're not real. They never talk about the real possibility of a third party, do they? No. You have too much information coming at you? Okay, I'm going to relax you now, ladies and gentlemen, with a picture of a cowbell in the middle of the pasture. You liked it? Good. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Hey, I got a question on Twitter. Is Trump going to prosecute Biden, or is he using this information for political gain? And I linked it to a link on Yahoo, but really the question is, did VP Biden, did he abuse his power? I think he did. I would have to mark that one, but I also think we should impeach Trump. So... And I'm not really apathetic, but you can be apathetic and vote for this. So if you want to vote for a third-party poll that's going to expire in about 4 hours, yeah, you can welcome to go there and hit my Twitter account and vote on that particular issue. You're not going to believe this. He's in jail. What happened to him? The infamous Rodney has been seen in some sort of a photo. Okay, well, I can't confirm or deny that that's Rodney, but you believe it is Rodney? And he's in jail? Thank you for being appreciative of me. Yeah, rule the hardwood. Fantasy basketball. Yeah, I appreciate you talking about me in a favorable way. Thanks, ridiculous. Ridiculous, sorry. No, the DNC is basically riding on corporate money. Republicans are riding on corporate money. Both parties are sitting on huge funds to get reelected from Russian oligarchs. Lindsey Graham got $800,000 to get reelected in his state. Mitch McConnell, the same thing, from Russian oligarchs. Can you imagine? So when they're talking about this thing with Ukraine, I'm kind of going, really? And we pretty much know for a fact that there's a massive cover-up going on right now about Epstein. We know that. We, the viewer, the aware public, we know that Jeffrey Epstein's alive. We, the aware public, really are wondering when impeachment is happening. I mean, that's why the Democrats won the election in 2018. And then the real reason, the criteria for impeachment is clearly cheating in the election and misuse of power. Now, Mueller said that Trump knew that the Russians were rigging the election in his favor, and he didn't tell the FBI. That's cheating in the election, bar none. Misuse of power, telling his son to flip testimony about meeting the woman to end sanctions from Russia. Clearly the woman was trying to end sanctions from Russia, and there you have it. Now, are you serious? Biden is getting money from China? Are you making that up? Or do you have proof of that? I don't need to talk about Ocasio-Cortez. She's really not that funny looking, or she is funny looking. She's not that fun to talk about. I'd rather talk about Sarah, the graduate from college with a master's degree, playing video. Yeah, that's something to talk about. Not some woman who got her bachelor's in econ, doesn't even know what Jeff Bezos was going to get when he got an offering of $1 billion. She thought that could be given to the homeless people in her area. She didn't understand what a tax break was. And Ocasio claims to have a bachelor's degree from the University of Boston. Or UMass, I believe it's UMass. Yeah. In econ. She doesn't even know what a tax break is. Hey, huge friend from Serbia. I hope you are going well. Well, thanks. I've not seen any of Serbian people in the show lately. You're new. We had the Latvian girl in here. That was pretty good. But yeah, clearly this criteria has been met on multiple grounds. And now finally a couple of Democrats are finally going on board with impeachment. Yeah, it's kind of a slow process to get people to want to impeach. Nancy Pelosi set the tone when she did nothing and sat on her hands. She should be impeached from the Democratic Speaker of the House position. The consequence of no consequence. House Democrats' refusal to take action against Trump has one result. It helps him. Yeah, it's like if they don't do anything, the Democrats will look like a weak party by 2020, and it's pretty obvious that they don't do anything. So if either they change up their leadership soon or get real active verbally on impeachment, or they're wasting the entire election process, and they should just hand the election over to me. The Democrats should just say, we endorse David Sponheim because he's the only person who spoke the truth for the past 11 years. Thank you. I would love to hear that. The Democrats alienated me because I did a blackface video, simply impersonating President Obama at a time when we were trying to prove what a total puppet he was and is. And now, you don't want to hear something really weird? Obama was in Iran a week before the alleged attack on the Saudi Arabian oil fields. In fact, I think it was like 3 days before, Obama was visiting Iran and giving them tips on how to handle U.S. foreign policy. Isn't that shocking? So Obama clearly is working for the Muslim world in many ways. God, Michelle's on a tour. She's selling $4,200 tickets to her new tour. Yeah. Unbelievable. Well, it's interesting that that subject I just brought up was completely shut off. There's no reference to it anymore on the internet. They got rid of all the links to Obama in Iran. There's an example of a deep state culling the internet. Hey, Howie, what's going on? Yeah, Obama's a Muslim. We know that. There's damning evidence on Prince Andrew that keeps coming to the tip of the media every single day. Just when he thought he was scot-free with Jeffrey Epstein allegedly dying, Andrew is now facing a possibility that this man was actually a defector to Russia, former U.S. citizen who defected from Russia, former FBI who was overseeing. This man is possibly flipping evidence. The MI6 fears that the agency's concern centered on the curious case of John Mark Dugan, an ex-Marine and former Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputy, not FBI, I thought he was FBI, who now lives in Russia. Dugan, who moved to Moscow and sought asylum there in 2016, had worked for the sheriff's office in 2005 when they began the Epstein investigation. Very, very serious. And there's a conspiracy theory as well that one of his sheriffs is also dead. The first person to actually open up an investigation of Epstein, which does involve Prince Andrew. Now, Prince Andrew, be mindful of the fact that Prince Andrew knew full well that Jeffrey Epstein had been charged and served jail time for sex trafficking of minors, but he still went ahead and visited his friend at Epstein's Island, which makes you wonder if this woman, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, is telling the truth. But so far, there's no solid evidence that Prince Andrew did anything. But this MI6 worry is definitely continuing, and this guy may be the one to release new evidence damning Prince Andrew. We don't know. But here's the link from the New York Post if you want it. No, my name is from a small town in Germany, in the Rhineland, called Sponheim. It's a German name. It's not a... Yes, it's originally from a town called Sponheim in Norway. This is it. Bergs Sponheim is right next to it, and there's a castle in which my family built the castle back in the 1100 AD. They completed it. My family left right around the time the castle was built. There must have been a split. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but my family went to Norway to build a winery because some of the people in our family that date back to that era were the makers of wine. In fact, I have a relative, if I'm not mistaken, who was the first vintner of wine in Germany. Yeah. I think his name was Gottlieb, the Count and Monastery of yes, this is the story of the first winery made in Germany, and it was made by my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. That's right. Johannes Trahemius. Anyway, long story short, they decided that the winemaking part of the family split to Norway and went on our merry way. Yeah. And then from Norway in 1860, my family moved from Norway here. Yeah, it's pretty interesting history to have that connection to dating back to the Crusades. I mean, my family participated in the Crusades. And I understand on my father's side, I'm related to Leif Erikson. And on my mother's side, I'm related to the people in Transylvania that dethroned Count Dracula. Interesting, huh? And then she's related to the English as well, my mother. Okay, we got Patriots, Tucker Carlson show. Don't really want to go there. Want to get out of this pop-up screen and can't. Okay, that's one of those links I don't really want to... And everyone knows the media connection to Hunter Biden. We talked about it 2 years ago. That Biden had done the unthinkable, admitted that he used $1 billion leverage to control Ukrainian government operations over them firing a prosecutor who was prosecuting his son Hunter. And Hunter was making... It was Count Udenberg. I think you're right, Victory. Yeah, that's correct. Hunter was... actually making $50,000 a month, and nobody even questions that. And then Biden got away with this back when he was vice president, and then Trump is now trying to get more information on it, but he didn't go through proper channels, and he too apparently influenced Ukraine with $250 million in military aid. And Trump is now suppressing a whistleblower complaint about him and Ukraine. That brings us up to speed today in the Uncle Sam rock'em sock'em robot competition. Yeah, we're finding out if Biden and Trump, they're both corrupt. We can see that. The Democrats and Republicans are corrupt to the core now. We see that. But it's interesting to think that that's all they've got on Trump. Come on. They got so much on Trump, they could easily impeach him right now in both House and the Senate. Something's not right here. The deep state is clearly protecting the two parties, and Biden and Trump are both Zionists. So there you have it. Our close contacts with Israel have led us to more and more war overseas, and they want to keep that up. They don't want a third-party candidate to pull us out of war. The last thing they want is this President Trump to step out of Afghanistan, although he says he's going to. He's not leaving anytime soon. Nobody in the Pentagon wants that. He got rid of John Bolton last week. And John Bolton essentially was a hawkish national security advisor. And Trump said he had a problem with his behavior around Kim Jong-un. Well, John Bolton was threatening Kim Jong-un, saying this is going to be like Libya again. And that's the worst thing that he could have said. So I agree with Trump about John Bolton being fired. I'm actually very happy he fired John Bolton. Good job. Seriously. But remember, John Bolton was holding the line. He wanted to keep us in Syria. He wanted to keep us in Iraq and keep us in Afghanistan. And Trump seems to be wanting to break with that, but I seriously don't think he's ever going to do that. They're just going to feed him another puppet from the Pentagon, and he's going to be a puppet for the Pentagon and fight for the position of staying in those regions. We're not getting out anytime soon, that's for sure. But clearly my message is to begin a process of automation and get out safely without putting our allies in danger. The automated safe zone idea was mine from the very beginning, and we need to implement that, where we provide weapons-free safe zones for people as safe haven from potential sectarian violence like the Taliban or perhaps Sunni rebels in Iraq, areas around Baghdad, areas around Kabul and Kandahar that make sense, that are automated, that are not going to be putting people in danger, that have protected defenses regions around them. People will be coming in screened for weapons. If the agreed governments are involved and they say yes to this, we would implement them. If not, and they said no, we just wouldn't be involved in that. I think it is racist, yeah. I'm not here to stifle your racism, folks. If you want to be racist, you can. I just have a standing order to say no to the N-word. Racism, if in your mind, may not be racism. I'm not here to tell you what to say. I mean, your freedom of speech reigns supreme in this show. I'm not here to stop people who may characterize themselves as one particular side or the other. I want you to express yourself. But I just don't think the N-word is going to be very helpful for our country or for this show. So McMaster is much cleaner cut than Bolton and fits with Trump's central casting aesthetic. Appreciation for U.S. generals. Trump didn't like Bolton's stash. He got fired for it. You know, I got to tell you, I think that the Pentagon's going to stand up to Trump any effort Trump makes to try to follow my ideas, which Trump's been doing. He's been copying my ideas thoroughly throughout the past 4 years. It's more than likely Trump likes my idea, wants to tell people about it because he knows it's popular, and then gets shot down by the Pentagon. And Bolton was their man. Now they'll have another guy, whether it's McMaster or somebody else. Nobody's going to be siding with a withdrawal plan when the two parties are clearly entrenched and the deep state wants us there. No one wants us to get out of those regions either, except those regions. I'm sure Bashar al-Assad does not want us in Syria. Yeah, I heard Trump made a cameo at the climate summit.
I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
You should be.
Yeah. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you? For more than 30 years, The science has been crystal clear. How dare you continue to look away and come here saying that you're doing enough when the politics and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight. You say you hear us and that you understand the urgency. But no matter how sad and angry I am, I do not want to believe that. Because if you really understood the situation and still kept on failing to act, then you would be evil, and that I refuse to believe. I shouldn't be.
I think you need to start accepting the fact, Greta, that they are evil. The people you traveled so far to actually be in front of. It's very safe to say these people supporting climate change solutions that involve money and monetary gain, in fact, are evil. But I didn't hear Greta say once that the world is being polluted with chemtrails. I didn't hear her mention that. Strange that she would overlook the most obvious case of pollution in the entire world. I mean, I don't get any coverage worldwide like she got, taking her boat across the ocean. She didn't give me any time on chemtrails. She never even mentioned the subject. Yet here they are, dumping chemicals on our head every day, polluting the skies, causing weather manipulation, causing irreparable damage to the biosystem. And she didn't even mention the elephant in the closet. So I'm saying, I'm glad, I agree with her in every way, but we could do so much more by actually talking about the problem, Greta. That would have been kind of a bold move for you. But you didn't do that, did you? You're afraid to mention the word chemtrails. The kid is obviously a shill for cap and trade legislation or carbon point legislation. Nobody's speaking about the chemtrails except for me. Nobody running for president is talking about chemtrails except for me. So I stand alone in this realm, taking the brave step and introducing people to the fear, the reality and the fear that we are being poisoned on a daily basis. That's why I created chemtrailparty.com. So chemtrailparty.com is available. You can read about it and find out how toxic and how there's no peer-reviewed studies done on this chemical drop, how it depletes plants from sunlight, which prevents oxygen, which is pretty obvious a problem. And then it goes on to talk about the weather warfare that's being conducted where droughts and hurricanes and earthquakes are being caused. And if you want proof for anybody, I've got a link page that'll blow your mind. More than enough links across the nation. Stop spraying in California, discussion of nanoparticles, chemtrails confirmed in a very beautiful PDF document this guy created. This man really laid it out, William Thomas. He built a PDF book, an ebook that really spells it out. Geoengineeringwatch.org, Dane Wigington, his effort to expose weather modification. And even within the realm of awareness, people don't even want to talk about the word chemtrail. They're afraid to. Dane Wigington won't even discuss it. Global Skywatch, this is a good one. Aircraft.org, another one. And down below is a video link to Never Lose Truth. She really lays it on the line, the effects of radiation, EMF, electromagnetic field radiation, and chemicals, heavy metals, you name it. So yeah, we really go out of the way to talk about this stuff on chemtrailparty.com. So feel free. Reference it anytime you want. That's why I made an easy reference for anybody who wants to locate it. Whew, wow. All right. I don't need to be rickrolled here. Thanks. You know, Trump made a very nice appearance today. I thought it was noble of him to actually go to the event. You know, he actually appeared at the the climate conference, but he didn't say anything. He just sat there and smiled smugly. Biden was pissed the other day. This is a link to Biden blowing his gasket to some reporter. Watch this.
What I know Trump deserves to be investigated. He is violating every basic norm of a president. You should be asking him the question, why is he on the phone with a foreign leader, trying to intimidate a foreign leader, if that's what happened. That appears what happened. You should be looking at Trump. Trump's doing this because he knows I'll beat him like a drum. And he's using the abuse of power and every element of the presidency to try to do something to smear me. Everybody looked at this, and everybody's looked at it and said there's nothing there. Ask the right question.
Okay.
The absolute biggest story going. Yay.
They definitely have a lot of questions about that admission of Biden saying he was going to hold $1 billion back based on his son Hunter's prosecutor getting fired. I'm sorry, but that's got misuse of power written all over it, Joe. You're not going to squirm out of that one. You deny touching children and then continue to touch children. Yeah, you can squirm out of that one. Good luck with that. But now we have a child who's being used as a LARP by the mainstream media to promote climate change legislation. Now, mind you, the elitists don't want to actually clean the atmosphere. They rarely talk about actually filtering the air of carbon. But they've got these pro-carbon legislation gurus out there speaking, and then they have this zealot young girl who's willing to travel across the ocean alone in her own boat just to be at the conference.
Yeah, they saw UFOs for the first time. No. You can't have this young lady projecting the whole idea of the earth is coming to an end and we as human beings need to do something about it.
No. Is Joe gonna do anything risque here? Am I safe to play this? Have you vetted this for any pictures of? Yeah. He's a little wild, this guy.
With the one-eye symbolism. You
yeah.
You can't fucking do that.
See, you use the F word. Yeah, that's a bannable offense. Well, he did it. Exactly. And you know what? I'm glad he's showing the one-eyed Illuminati image that this girl has up there.
But they're going to do that.
Look at that.
It worked. I mean, I was kind of like clapping my hands for you a little bit. You know, the young lady, she's got a mind. She's independent. She's smart. What's she gonna do? And then, well, it's wrecked. It's destroyed.
It's wrecked. Your view has been destroyed. Wrecked.
All by a very nefarious design, of course.
These people want to profit from global climate change legislation. The Rothschild family actually made money on the Copenhagen Treaty and the Paris Treaty. And I'll tell you how they do it. Most people don't know the mechanism by which they control it. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is the fact. They actually invest in dairy farms, dairy digesters, and get carbon point legislation to offset their polluting mistake operations that are polluting massive amounts of toxic waste in our rivers and our oceans. So carbon point legislation allows a person with a lot of money to dominate an industry, buy a few green dairy digesters and take a few dairy digesters and get the carbon points credit for that, and then apply it to their Dow Chemical operations or their Monsanto operations or whatever toxin they have to dump in any river in America or around the world. That's their game. And they can sell those points to other people and make money on it. And lesser companies who are being targeted by carbon point legislation usually fall apart. And it's another way monopolies take over industry. It's just another means by which they control. It's a monopoly game. And that little girl is being used to control the monopoly game of cap and trade legislation. I don't understand what you're saying, Howie. Are you part of the traveling Woolberries? The monkey man? Will you send NASA to land on the sun? No, it's not practical to land on the sun. There are already people, there's a conspiracy theory that there already is a landing operation on the sun. Yeah. We've had some weird things, some anomalies that take place about the sun that have shocked the conspiracy world. Shocked the monkey? Okay, would you prefer that one? Okay. I can do Shock the Monkey, but not now. Yeah. So we're doing a monkey theme tonight? All right. Okay, I'll do that, and I think we'll do the Traveling Wilburys too. The Monkey Man song. All right. Great. Should be good. All right. Back in the saddle. Yeah, every time I play a Peter Gabriel request, even a few seconds, I get monetized, so I can't play it. Yeah, but I want to show you that picture of a space landing. It's very weird. On the sun. I have some photographs of some strange anomalies. I thought I'd bring that up. Yeah, we've got a lot of question marks about aliens, especially with the government admitting there's some unidentified flying objects now that they're willing to cop to. Something weird. NASA's got a big BS story too about what they're doing with the International Space Station. Sarah asked me the other day, do you believe the International Space Station exists? And I said, yeah, I do believe it exists. It's a carryover of the space, the collateral effort that we did with the Soviet Union to create a space lab. And it's an extended version of the space lab. But do they man it all the time? No, they have an underwater facility. And most of the astronauts have underwater training. Every single one of them is highly trained in underwater diving. Why is that? Okay, there's a very strange anomaly here. Look at the frames of this as it's going over the screen. Look at this. No one knows what this is. They're watching it in a film too. You see how it's stationary and it's moving? That could be the outline of a planet in the distance, but that's just one theory. Very bizarre. And that's something that occurred near the sun rather. And let me see if I can have that other item that was related to the sun. Yeah, I don't seem to have it for some reason. Nothing to worry about. It's not going anywhere. Soho had some strange anomalies where they'd shut down during some periods of time during solar flares. Yeah, I don't seem to have it. Disappeared on me. Very strange. I'll have to look for it elsewhere. You can't... No, you don't get banned for posting pictures of flying rods. No. Okay, somebody's got a story about a reporter that saw a cruise missile hit the Pentagon. That's going to be something we'll play tonight. And probably tomorrow as well. Our Truth Tuesday is tomorrow.
Shows a small round punch hole cleanly cut.
Yeah, this looks like a good video for tonight. It's clearly a round hole in the Pentagon during 9/11. It couldn't possibly have been a jet. So there's a lot of reasons to open up a new investigation into 9/11, that's for sure. More than enough reasoning. And we did cover this story with Sarah. She said the Americans just don't trust the guy in charge. Why Americans don't fully trust many who hold positions of power and responsibility. And these are Pew polls that were, analyzing trust in America. And then you've got the Illuminati programming of transgenderism throughout our entire life, and your kids are wondering what they're going to be when they grow up. Now, no one ever wondered whether they should be a transgender when I was growing up. And that's a bannable offense, sorry. Well, we lived in an innocent time when, kids could walk down the street and hang out with some old guy and not wonder if the guy was a pedophile. It never came up. It never came up in our society. But now all these things are confusing kids, confounding their identity, their gender identity. And when they make their sexual adjustment and decide what they're going to be in life, now they're filled with all kinds of confusion. All because of Democrats essentially pushing a communist agenda of transgenderism. I think the elites just don't want us to have sex and don't want us to have children. I think that's at the very heart of this transgenderism ethos that's being promoted. They just want everyone to be a transgender so that we will never have children, Journalist Avi Yemeni was suspended from Twitter today for criticizing left-wing figurehead and climate activist Greta Thunberg. See? Twitter is completely censoring anybody that questions their popular beliefs and controlled talking points. All right. The game is rigged, yeah. Hey, Dave. He's not. He's a person who, yes, you should file a report of fraud. Yes. He's not in any way my brother. I have to clear the chat because of that. Yeah, that person is impersonating my family member. I'm not I have no brother running for office. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Hey, Dave. Congress wants answers on Trump's dig for Biden dirt. Yeah, they want to know why Trump felt it's okay to use the office of the presidency to pull up dirt on Joe Biden. Now, you could frame the story that way, or you could ask, why did Joe Biden try to manipulate politics in Ukraine over his son's Hunter's prosecutor? There he is in the Illuminati pose, where he holds his hand in the inverted pyramid. This is common among people who are Illuminatis. They form this inverted pyramid. It's part of the satanic ritualism of groups of people that are aligned with the Masonic troops. In case you didn't know, Trump is a Scottish Rites Masonic member, and he certainly represents that with that hand pose of his. There's Charles Schumer, the essential do-nothing congressman. Yeah. Anyway, I'm so tired of all the corruption in Washington. Mueller didn't do his job. He failed to deliver anything substantial. And he redacted 9% that probably was very clearly obstruction and conspiracy with the Russians. 9% of the Mueller report is still unseen by Congress. Can you believe that? All because he's still pursuing a case against Roger Stone for no other reason than to redact 9% of that. So we're still looking at corruption at the highest level with this man, Robert Mueller. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of Comey, too. I believe that Comey may have been instrumental in rigging the election for the Russians. I'm beginning to see Comey as a Zionist deep state player. And the reason why Trump essentially fired him is because he did want to take any suspicions away from him. When he said he wanted to end the Russian thing, I don't know if it was just the criticism that Comey was coming up with on the front side. In reality, Comey's been working behind the scenes for years to cater to the deep state. And I'm actually working on a video for that coming up next week. Yeah, I'm doing some deep research on Comey. I don't think he is being looked at properly by the judicial reviews of the Russian conspiracy. He seems to be getting away with unbelievable crimes, and he seems to have been the one to rig the election, the most important player. Do mysterious fires, directed energy weapons, happen next to 5G towers in Portland? Huh, let's take a look at that. Talk about directed energy weapons starting fires right near an actual Portland electrical system, Oregon. Near the 5G towers, there was a massive fire here. Look at that. What are directed energy weapons? Well, what they are dangerous. They can fry anything in their wake. I believe they were tested on the people of Paradise, California, and the Woolsey fire. I believe that directed energy weapons were involved in the starting of those fires. It's not a stretch to imagine that these weapons could be deployed at any time. That's an actual photograph of the California fires being shot from above by a laser weapon. You got to wonder. This is another shot of a similar area. There's more than one shot of these directed energy weapons, so really ask questions. Are they actually frying people in those areas? The strange thing about Paradise is there were 26,000 people in Paradise, California before the fire. And now there's only a handful of people, emergency workers walking through that area. And when we showed pictures of Red Cross gatherings around the fire itself last year, hardly anybody was at the Red Cross support centers. So where did all the people go? And then the strangest detail is that the death count for the California fires during the Paradise fire was 85, or rather 88. The official death count was 88, then it went down to 85. And that means that they must have somehow come alive, or maybe the statistic is completely fake. One or the other. According to reports, yes, I heard that Jeffrey Epstein was found in Buenos Aires. I heard similar reports, yeah. He's probably traveling on vacation with his friend, his bodyguard. There he is. Yeah, let's take a look.
Breaking news. Jeffrey Epstein has been spotted in Buenos Aires, Argentina, according to unconfirmed reports. This, of course, contradicts the official story that Epstein committed suicide. How convenient for...
Okay, this is Ron Johnson. We'll play him later. Yeah, he has a similar approach, but he's a supporter of Trump, Ron Johnson is. Very suspicious. Yeah, he looks like he's making the argument that Anthony Bourdain is the actual person who was killed, not Jeffrey Epstein. He's got photos of that to depict Epstein's the death picture, which doesn't show Epstein at all. It shows somebody with a hooked nose, and then it compares the hooked nose of Anthony Bourdain. That's a very close match. Yeah. That is very possible. I mean, Anthony Bourdain died, last year? They could have had him on ice waiting to be put in place of Jeffrey Epstein. He does look a lot like him. So we'll play some of that for you tonight as well. Yeah, what these fires could be would be directed energy weapons, which definitely makes you wonder. If directed energy weapons are involved, they've got the technology that Tesla had over 100 years ago, the death ray. And they can start fires anytime they want. I'm going to put that picture in threats under Rodney. Yeah. We have a whole threat file. That does appear to be him, yeah. I'm not going to put the picture on the screen because it does appear to be a picture of Rodney. Some sort of a mugshot. Thanks. We've been hearing that Mark has been bad-mouthing me along with other people in his show on BitChute. We got a copy of it. I'm not going to play any of that footage, but they've been really admitting that they're censoring people and trolling shows. Now, I don't know what kind of a person would run a network and troll the shows in it, violating freedom of speech But Mark seems to think it's okay to admit that. So we have no more evidence now that Mark is doing this. Here's a good direct energy weapon video. Look at that. This really depicts
Hi all.
it. Yeah.
Welcome, Awakening Truthers. We got a big story coming up here. This is just a short recap.
Thanks.
I'm putting together an interview I just had with 4 people who are personally involved with what happened the past few weeks up in Paradise, Butte County. It occurred on 11/9/9/11, and now 3 weeks later we have many stories to tell. Many are missing. It's a horrible, horrible story we're going to be telling, but I'm going to let them tell the story.
Good. Well, we'll have that in the lineup too. This is really good. You guys are really coming forth with good links. Thanks for that. Democrats' push for impeachment grows over Trump's Ukraine call. Yeah. The numbers are still moving forward. 2 lawmakers, Democrats, have moved forward to agree to do this. A lot of people are now just jumping on board the Democratic bandwagon. They pressed for full disclosure, Congress did, on the whistleblower complaint about Trump as Democratic calls for impeachment intensify over his conversation with the Ukrainian leader. And Trump still says he did nothing wrong, but clearly he used his office to get dirt on his opponent, Biden, and that's totally illegal. So there's more and more justification for impeaching Trump the more he gets in trouble. I don't think so. I don't think there's any connection between opioids and kidney stones. But it's interesting. You're saying that these opioids are chalk-based tablets. Wow. It's an interesting question. I would seriously wonder if there's any information on that. Look it up online. Maybe check their contraindications to find if kidney problems are related. Yeah, ask your doctor too. Israeli election was a Netanyahu control. They doesn't have the majority support in parliament, but he did win the election. Yeah, and I don't know if it's corruption that won the election or it's the incredible backlash of not really responding to the critics in the Labor Party that are against the Likud party. Many people are just very upset that Netanyahu has been so abusive to Hamas, killing innocent Palestinians, and Trump is endorsing that. Trump is a mass murderer. I think you probably know that. He killed 31 people within 8 days of being president on an ill-advised UAV attack on Yemen. One of those people was an 8-year-old little girl. I'm serious. Trump is a mass murderer. He recently killed 30 people who were farming a type of peanut in Yemen. A UAV drone was sent to attack the people, and it was a strike against what appears to be a peanut farm. It turns out they were all innocents. So Trump's killed over 60 people there between the two of them. Obama had killed over 100 people in Yemeni strikes and strikes throughout the Arab Spring period. There were all kinds of UAV strikes. But 30 pine nut farmer workers were killed in Afghanistan. This is a Reuters report from 3-4 days ago. Yeah, these people really are suffering out there, and our government never even bothered talking about it. I doubt you even heard about it in the mainstream media. So here's a link to the 30 people that Trump killed in Afghanistan recently. I did a blackface video already. I don't need to do another one. I'm not getting any coverage because they don't want me to get coverage. I'm censored in the mainstream media. You know that. They won't even allow me to talk about the blackface video, even though Trudeau was just in the news. They're knocking my blackface references completely down on Twitter. Who are you referencing? Oh boy, this guy again. Man, you got to go away. Don't ever come back in the show. You're not welcome here. Yeah. Some of you Trump supporters just don't understand that Trump is doing everything the deep state wants. He hasn't acted on firing Hillary, firing Elizabeth Warren, firing Ilhan Omar. He hasn't fired anybody, really, except his own staff, who tell him what he's doing is wrong. Then he fires them. You're fired. Mr. Trump, do you really think it's okay for you to misuse your position to get personal information on your opponent? You're fired. I want him removed immediately. Mr. Trump, do you think it's right that you have 4 beautiful blondes and brunettes in your office privately with the door closed and the kneeling pad next to your desk? Oh, did you hear what he said? I want that man fired immediately. Fired. Look what he did to Scaramucci. He fired him in 10 days. The guy spoke the truth. And then the former writer of The Art of the Deal, Tony Schwartz, the ghostwriter, Trump never wrote that book, by the way. The ghostwriter who wrote that book just said that Trump was the most evil person he had ever met. Wow. Think about it. You're fired. I want that man fired. And the only reason why that Tony Schwartz was able to do that, by the way, even say that, is because he didn't have the non-disclosure agreements in place by then. People like, there were numerous people. Omarosa signed a non-disclosure document that they're using over her head right now to keep her from talking about how Trump called her the N-word. Yeah. But Tony Schwartz didn't sign that document, so he doesn't have any legal parameter to implement it. Plus, Trump really can't use the document against Omarosa either. A federal judge ruled that you can't use that document in the government of the executive branch of the presidency. They can't sign a document wavering their First Amendment rights. Nobody can, working for the president. That's why we have checks and balances. We don't need non-disclosure agreements. We don't need promises of loyalty from our administrative staff in the White House. We need people to question the president. And this guy doesn't like that. He continually fires anybody who questions him. He's fired 43 people now since he became president. I mean, if that isn't a sign of sheer incompetence, I don't know what is. Yeah. So anyway, I don't think that Trump's going to be able to prosecute Biden. It's probably too long ago. But he could, theoretically. But he would look kind of foolish prosecuting Biden for the very same thing he just did. All right. Trump never drained the swamp. He never fired anybody. You guys are living in the illusion that he drained the swamp. He installed all kinds of lobbyists in the administration. Trump immediately did, the day he said he wasn't going to hire lobbyists, he did exactly what Obama did 8 years before. He hired lobbyists. And he's installed so many snakes, billionaires. There's 6 billionaires in the White House administration. 6 billionaires. Do you realize what that means? They have over $1,000 million apiece. Do they really need to work? I seriously wonder. I don't think anybody needs to work when they have $1,000 million. So they're all there to pad their pocket. They're snakes, every one of them. There's no doubt about it. Their primary goal is to make money off the White House. That's simple. Trump is the #1 offender in this category. Well, let's be clear. I think I have a picture of the White House. You'd think I'd have one. All I have is the inside? Huh. Yeah, we have the White House in 1981. This is how it looked when Ronald Reagan cut the deal with the Afghanistan people to give them Laz rockets and SAM missile systems to kill Russian pilots. Right after this treaty, or this Charles Wilson War, was accomplished by Reagan, we then had a problem with Afghanistan terrorism right after that. Isn't that interesting? This is the office that they cut the deal when Ronald Reagan was mindlessly saying, well, we want to make sure we can handle the problem against the Russian threat in Afghanistan. And he sent SAM missile systems to the terrorists, the Mujahideen, who later became Osama bin Laden. Are you ready for another cowbell? I can understand if you needed it. Okay. Never use the tweet deck. No, it sounds perverted. Well, let's be clear. let's be clear. Long shall the cow reign. I wonder if it's a GMO cow, you think? It's a GMO cow. Yeah, we lost a guy today on Space Shuttle. He doesn't understand what is going on Twitter, and unfortunately he lost his account. He was warned about constantly denigrating me in the show, and yeah, bye. Never come back here, buddy. You don't even understand what censorship is, and you continually claim that we're not doing enough on Twitter to promote ourselves. It's crazy. I've got over 6,000 tweets I've made. My Twitter follower numbers have been the same for the past 9 years. What's the likelihood of that? I ask you. This is the exact same number for 9 years. What's the likelihood of that? You must be a complete moron if you think that I'm not doing enough on Twitter. Unbelievable. Anyways, the third party is dedicated to green-friendly ideas, solving problems like carbon pollution, as opposed to the Democrats who want to tax you for your flatulence. We don't want to do that. Well, I don't know what the Trump room looks like. This is what Ronald Reagan's room looked like. Now Trump would probably have garish pictures of naked women on the wall. I would imagine there would be a mirror on the front desk for chopping of things. What's that sound? That's the sound of powder being chopped on the table. Yeah, there's got to be a mirror on his desk. And I wouldn't doubt that there's like a series of mirrors all around him whenever he looks at his hairdo. I don't have a picture of the Oval Office with Trump in it. Let me take a look. Let's take a look. There's got to be something here. Hang on. There's a guy. There's one. Look at how he's sitting there defensive and all. That's so funny. Look at that. What a look at the way he's holding himself. Can you imagine? What a egomaniacal person to sit there and act like he's got the authority to actually change this government when he's just a puppet for the deep state. It's a story of a man named Donald who got everything he wanted in his life. His dad handed him all the money and he took it from everyone else. It's a story of avarice and privilege. I'm just working up a new Brady Bunch theme. Trumpty Dumpty sat in the office, did nothing for 4 years. Okay, well, of course, Trump is no different than the Democrats. They're doing nothing right now. They're all stumbling, going, well, maybe we should impeach. Oh, golly, oh, I don't know. I hate that when that happens. One innovation Windows 10 did was to literally take it so that you can't even copy things on the screen. Okay. Now that's a case of complete constipation of the brain. They don't know what to do. Do we impeach? Do we not impeach? Do we look like we're a weak party if we don't impeach? Gee, I don't know. Why don't you think about it and talk about it and do a study about it and get back to us in about 10 years? You useless jokes of Democrats. You libtards who've done nothing to advance the purpose of truth. Hey, are you worried about the 5G network? I am. Hey, Skyhawk, you're the new? Yeah, you're the new guy. You're Space Shuttle. Okay, Skyhawk. There's 56 million people watching the show. The number at Vaughn, 1 million people for every person he counts. Of course I do. Yes, port is left, starboard is right. Howie, are you mentally retarded? Because you sure seem mentally retarded. Yeah. Are you just trying to be like a moron in the show, or how do you do that? How do you act like a complete idiot every night consistently? I don't love to get mad at Trump. No, retarded is not the R word. Racist is. Retarded is a scientific term used by neurologists to describe people with mental dysfunction. If you have an IQ below 35, you're an idiot. Right. 35 to 65 is imbecile. 65 to 85 is moron. 85 and above is borderline retarded, like Trump. Are you retarded? I mean, just come out and admit it, okay? Because it would make life a lot easier knowing who and what you are. Not 56. Yeah, I'm seeing 56 million on my metrics. I do. I honestly do. I do believe it. I also believe that Mark bought iBlog. Yeah. I believe I know when he made the offer too. Well, you don't have to believe it. I believe it. Howie, you can go away for a while. Same with you, True Blue. All right. I'm going to let you guys talk to Sarah in the Oval Office of Ronald Reagan's era, back when we believed in what appeared to be an integrity, even though he was just an actor.
Ronald Reagan, I lost it, but Ronald Reagan was one of the president who gave me my first presidential academic fitness award.
Oh yeah. Sure.
I do have one out of the 3 that I won. I have the last one, which was from Bill Clinton. But I got one from Ronald Reagan. I got one from George H.W. Bush. And I got one from Bill Clinton. I lost 2 from Reagan and...
I got a letter from Al Gore. One of his form letters from Al Gore. I remember him writing a letter to me. I was asking about a Navy base that was inappropriately near my area where I lived in California, ironically. The U.S. is deploying military forces to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, United Arab Emirates, after drone attacks on oil sites. So Trump is doing this despite scientific evidence verifying that the drones came from Iran. Just so you know where your president is coming from. He's ramping up troops simply because I know. You seem like the guy I just kicked out of the show, Skyhawk. You seem like Space Shuttle. I just permabanned him. All right. Whatever. I'll be back.
Yeah, you're probably right. 466 says he's a fool. Trump will start a war. It kind of reminds me of what my dad says. If you know, but I don't want to name call people. All right. If you don't think Trump's an idiot, then you're an idiot. It's what my dad says, but I'm not going to call people names. Good night, Ricky. Reality. Internet reality. Dogs barking, and then they get loose from their chains, and then they run away. I don't know. Yeah, well, David's mad at Trump all the time, not just tonight. I did not realize that Trump sees the assets of pedophiles. I'm glad to hear that. Wow, that's the first positive thing I've heard. Hello, Scissor Fight. Hugs, man. David was saying that you have, that it's hard for you to work with some pain or something, but that you seem to produce all these amazing DeLorean models. Something about that. Sarah, please, David, see that URL. All right, sorry, Carter fan. I was not looking. I got it now. No, I don't call myself informed. I'm definitely not as informed as David, because I actually choose to not read a lot of the news. It's mainly because I think I'm kind of like most Americans, and that's why I tell David, well, is that if it's not happening to me or in my neighborhood, it takes a lot of time to listen and sift through the news, and it affects you emotionally. Like, oh, these poor people, or, that feels so good, or, and really, I have other things that I want to spend my time doing than that. Do you have a link then, Skyhawk99? No, I am acting innocent because I am innocent, and I'm not informed. I'm glad you're informing me of that. Oh, sorry, scissor fight. Didn't mean to say anything out loud. Okay, I'll look into it. Trump law seizing assets. And I spelled seizing wrong. Protect innocent small business. Under the Respect Act. Trump taps the civil asset forfeiture to fund the border wall. Trump signs a law that makes it harder for IRS to seize money. Someone's posted the link. You honestly don't have it. The conspiracy theory behind a Roseanne Barr tweet. There's something in 2017. Everything else is about Trump. Or about Epstein that I really don't want to talk about. Adam Schiff tells Trump to turn off the TV. The last thing I see, the only thing I see that's possible is there's two things. One on both on Reason.com. Oops. Look at this one. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So in 2017, is that what you're talking about? Antiwar.com. Okay, no wonder I haven't read that, because antiwar.com, I mean, that's not a... Oh, that's also from 2017. Which is, yeah. So he signed an executive order in 2017 providing for the seizure of assets of any person or corporation, American or foreign, determined to be abusing human rights or engaging in corruption. In theory, that means if a Chinese employee of Apple bribes a Chinese official, the U.S. government claims the right to freeze all of Apple's U.S. assets. And then I do have one on Reason.com. Trump's mythical crackdown on sex trafficking. No, there haven't been an unprecedented number of child sex trafficking rings busted since Donald Trump took office. There haven't been. At townhall.com, wait, that's, yeah, so that's not, I don't, yeah, that's, I would say that that's not, I would argue that you're inaccurate, Skyhawk. The link you gave me doesn't even back up what you're purporting. I know, True Blue. I think he was just upset in general. I'm sorry he muted you. He just saw everything as, let's mute everyone. Yeah, I can see how that would work, Shinkan Seneki. Anyway, but David would argue that he is doing his part by broadcasting on here every night. How many is Trump suing at this moment in time? I don't really know. That's bizarre, the unicorn. A wireless handheld peacekeeping device. That's pretty funny, Scissor Fight. Maybe David will open it back up. Right. Yeah, I would definitely say that what Skyhawk said is not right. I mean, human traffic, it says human rights, abusing human rights or engaging in corruption. That is so vague that it can't be, it can be determined it can be talked about multiple ways. Yes, I don't want to do that. Trump reportedly told his subordinates to break laws in order to build his border wall before 2020. This happened just a couple weeks ago. Well, actually almost a month ago. Let's pull this up. If you're talking about what Trump has done. A disturbing picture of a president willfully condoning not only the use of eminent domain to seize private land from Americans for a pet project, but also suggesting perhaps ordering his underlings to violate laws in pursuit of that objective. There's a report published by the Washington Post which alleges that Trump has ordered aides to aggressively seize private land for the border wall. He's told worried subordinates he will pardon them of any potential wrongdoing should they have to break laws to get the barriers built quickly. He's told immigration and the Army Corps officials to ignore environmental regulations, seize land, all in a rush to build a wall, saying he would pardon any of those who followed. Asked for a comment, the White House official says when he said he pardoned people, he was joking. Okay, you want to be called Griselda? I do like spicy food, Howie. So I searched for what you were talking about and didn't find it. Does that make me uninformed? I would say no. I'm not uninformed. Something like sumat? Yeah, you're right, Steve-oo. Thank you. The frog with the... Is that supposed to be Trump? I don't know. It's funny, Trubo. Well, I think he's already left. Shin Kan. There's questions surround the new Kavanaugh allegation. Facebook restricts speech by popular demands. It has a 40-member board that will make final decisions about users' posts. Oh, Democrats are starting a long shot bid to make ranked choice voting the national standard. I actually don't mind ranked choice voting, where you have a list of candidates and instead of just checking the box, you type 1, 2, 3, 4, you rank them according to your order, and then the top one, like if yours doesn't get within the top 10, then you get your second choice, and if your second choice isn't in the top 10, then you get your third choice. So I like that idea a lot. Ranked choice voting. Former Massachusetts Governor, Republican presidential candidate Bill Weld slammed President Trump's contacts with the government of Ukraine. Warren is coming under new pressure over Medicare for all and higher taxes. They want to know, how are you going to pay for your Medicare for all? Wait, are you sure you're not the same as Skyhawk? You think he says too much truth? I still didn't find the truth in what his link. U.S. voters support expanding Medicare, but not eliminating private health insurance. Yeah, duh. Duh. I mean, people want, it's what that is called is a baseline plus. People want like a baseline. If I can't afford insurance, I want to know like I won't die if I go and I'll be covered. But then if they have insurance, they want a little bit nicer treatment. Can you give me more information, Howie? No, 466, I've decided to step away from that role. Iran says it will destroy any aggressor. Oh, revealed. The whistleblower who claims that Trump repeatedly pressured the Ukraine president to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter for corruption during some kind of phone call, he did not actually listen to the communication. Oh, this is good. Any cops accused of stealing over $225,000 can be sued thanks to qualified immunity. The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that Fresno police officers accused of stealing more than $225,000 while executing a search warrant can be sued. At least that particular group. I know. Good point. I agree with you, Shin. The uploader has not made this video available in my country. Wait, what? I need to change my country. Murder trial slated to begin Monday for former Texas police officer. Oh, this is accused of killing her unarmed. Is this the one where she's been accused of killing her unarmed, I'll just double check. Well, I'm not on her trial, so I think, you know, it has to go to trial and then we'll see where it lands with the trial. She was on the phone with a partner before shooting her neighbor. She missed signs she was in the wrong apartment. Yeah, she just sounds definitely something was wrong with her. Yeah, she tried to say she was in the wrong place and she tries to say it was accidental. In the court of public opinion, it wasn't an accident. I would probably say that if I was chosen for a jury and I'd not be, you know, not be selected as one of her jury members. So it's the first day of her murder trial. And I'm glad it is a murder trial, because it should be a trial for murder. Ooh, I think I'm going to look at this. Ooh. There's a thing called cancel culture. I'll look at that too. Well, yes, he lumps us all in the same category, Shin. The effort to excommunicate the cancel culture and its critics get it wrong. Posted by On All Sides, September 21st. It's from the left. The effort to excommunicate from public life insufficiently woke, morally progressive journalists, writers, comedians, and other prominent figures, including trying to get them fired, is likely to backfire. Not because the act of social and cultural cancellation itself is illegitimate or egregious. All cultures cancel certain actions and opinions, and often the people associated with them. Wait, Shin, you're obviously the space shuttle guy. You don't have to type in all caps. And I understand what you're saying. All right. Cultures are mechanisms for upholding moral norms. They do this by valorizing certain moral views and directing opprobrium at others. I like this. I'm reading theweek.com. Obviously, you've never been a hawk. Good. What minerals do they use to make the new high-powered rechargeable batteries? Often lithium ions and something else. Doing so by saying what they believe, we believe, fosters social cohesion and helps to set moral standards and expectations for the political community as a whole. Oh, you're right. That's true. Well, I'm glad you got another one. Well, if I unban you, will you just wait till tomorrow when I'm in the show to come back in? You're probably right. And I agree that I don't, I'm going to clear the chat. I don't, always do everything I can to move the discussion forward, or no, to advertise. I'm not a good advertising person. Okay.
All right, I've seen it all now. Thank you. What possible new things could we see this week?
So this is interesting. This is about cancel culture.
The cancel
it's
culture?
kind of weird though. It's just more about
People that cancel out everything.
no, kind of. It's
Negate
it's
everything.
an opinion piece, but it is about like people that push certain people out to be like, oh, I'm not going to listen to you because you're, it's more like name calling, I guess.
It is, yeah.
Or it's divisive. But
A lot of people will just say, "Hey, I won't listen to that person because they think there's conspiracies in the world." I mean, and it's a negative expression. Whenever you speak out about anything, you're automatically going to be called a conspiracy theorist. It seems like anytime anyone speaks their mind, they're automatically labeled a nutcase, a conspiracy theorist. And I don't think conspiracy theorists are nutcase, but that's the way it's been framed for the past 25 years. Sergeant Saliva, please, you're going to have to mitigate your nonsense. Yes, thank you.
Sativa.
No, the guy was just making some pretty
Sergeant
outrageous
Sativa.
statements. He was talking about his addiction to sex, and that's inappropriate here.
I thought with a name like Sergeant Sativa, you'd be more talking about your addiction to marijuana.
You'd think, but you see, I think that led him to his addiction on sex. He has this weird thing going on where it's an aphrodisiac for him. The sativa is. Well, thanks for your input, but we don't want you to talk about that here. So you're looking through some good stuff and getting
I was
links.
just getting things from all sides. Her trial started today.
Amber Geiger's, yeah. She said she was on the phone with her partner before the
sorry.
shooting.
I just got rid of it. So.
Yeah, that's okay.
But anyway, and I just left all sides up.
We should just do a lightning fast news story, one thing after another, just to get to the point where it's like future shock and everyone goes like,
No, I'll leave the room because I came in and somebody's like, didn't you hear this? That Donald Trump did this? He claimed that Donald Trump seized the assets of pedophiles, and I was like, what? I've never heard that.
I've never heard that either.
That's
I hear
the first thing that I've heard that may be positive, and then I tried to research it, and it's not true.
Yeah.
It's not true at all.
It's a QAnon story. The QAnon people who believe that Donald Trump is stopping the deep state have promoting that story that he's stopping people like Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, in
Hardly.
2017, it said that Trump, he did an executive order saying that he could seize the assets of people who violated human rights and something else. But it's like, it was so like...
Incidental.
It was just so vague. Like, if you violate human rights, that could be about like not hiring somebody because of their sexual orientation.
Right.
That could be, not hiring someone based on the color of their skin. I mean, and then to say that was the same as what the person claimed in the chat. No, it's not. Anyway.
You're right. It's weird. It's like making a mountain out of a molehill here.
That makes me feel kind of good.
Yeah, me too.
Morning.
I remember when we were visiting our representative Rick Larson up in Washington D.C. about about 2 months ago. We were visiting him, and he had just announced right at that time. It was a very crucial time, but he had just announced that he was in favor of impeachment. Our state representative Rick Larson. Mm-hmm. I've had issues with Rick Larson in the past, but even he, a very conservative, moderate Democrat, is going in that direction. That was back in July.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see two more coming this way. One from Minnesota, a gentleman who, a lot of them, they're starting to move in that direction. So thank you, Sarah, for our great evening, and enjoy your rest of your evening and have fun and relaxing. Good. It's pretty bright in our sunroom here, so I put my sunglasses on to keep the brightness down. At 9 o'clock, my system converts over. We have bright lights till 9 o'clock, and then we have an auto fading system that converts the blue tone to a clear, like a much lighter, easier thing on the eyes. Right now, I'm kind of minimizing my eye exposure. The more you look at the screen, the more likely your retina is going to burn out in 50 years. And as you know, I plan on living to be at least 200, so I don't want my retina burning out in 50 years. Well, I'm glad Nancy Pelosi's making calls across the board to get a head count on whether to start impeachment, but it's a foregone conclusion that we have to. And I said it from the very beginning that the reason why the Democrats were elected was not about health care, not about amnesty for immigrants. It was about getting Donald Trump out of office. And I don't care if they stand up to the Republicans in the Senate, just do it. And then we can expose the Republicans and the Democrats that have been involved with Russia. Because it seems like Russia's been making payments to the Democrats and Republicans for re-election. That's a very serious claim that hasn't even reached the mainstream media. Should go check Trump's tweet. Trump tweeted just now about me. I'll only tweet if I'll respond to him if he speaks directly to me in the tweet. Then I'll start tweeting back to him, and then we'll have epic tweets. It'll be like the epic tweets between the mind of the Neanderthal and the mind of the Cro-Magnon man. Trump representing the Neanderthals, I representing the Cro-Magnon. It'll be the battle of the ages. The tweetathon. David versus Goliath. Goliath being the New World Order and Trump. Shinkansen Kiniki. Escaping porn addiction. Ted is going to talk about that. So if you guys have porn in the background of the show, you may want to...
Sharing our hardships moves us.
Eli Nash will now talk about his addiction and how he could conquer the addiction to pornography. In this TED Talk, he goes into deep detail, thrusting every image in front of you of the possibility that your life is being wasted away as a masturbator. Okay, I'll play that tonight. Appreciate that. Yeah, who doesn't want to reduce their involvement with masturbation? You know, it's such a waste of energy. It's a vital waste of your bodily fluid. It's your precious bodily fluid that's being sucked dry.
2 years old. I woke up one morning with an irritated eye. It was bothering me.
Because you were masturbating too much? It's a tweetful. It's a tweet off. It'll be kind of a WWE event. Ladies and gentlemen, the incredible Tweet Off 2021. Yeah, anyway, it's whatever. Rock and roll. Well, I guess let's do the rapid fire thing that Sarah was doing from all sides, because that seems like a nice format to work with. Just getting video, like constant news from all sides. Trump says he discussed Joe Biden with the Ukrainian president. Yeah, he's admitted it. Yep. Trump made an appearance of a Texas event hosted by Indian Americans welcoming Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the Bharatiya Janata Party on Sunday. So look at him having a field day with this Indian man. Oh, that's good to see people getting along. Can't we just get along? Look at him with Prime Minister Narendra, and they're holding each other's hands. Oh, that's wonderful. You know, Trump is really a kind of a touchy-feely guy. He really does. I'd be more like a fist bump, the Howie Mandel fist bump thing. I wouldn't be able to fist bump with the Queen, of course. Of course, I would probably not meet the Queen. I've not said nice things about the Queen, nor have I said nice things about any of the people within the Queen's dominion. There's Prince Andrew, who's currently in the news regarding the Jeffrey Epstein involvement. Yes. There's the allegations that Prince William is in fact an imposter. Yes. And that Prince Harry is truly an imposter. There are many people that believe that I shouldn't even go into this because this could get me in hot water with the British people, but the guy playing Harry, there's a conspiracy theory that there was another person who was taken out of the commission when he was right after Princess Di died in '98. The other younger Harry was talking to the Queen, and he allegedly denied that Harry was his father. Or rather, that Prince Charles was his father. Yes, he denied that Prince Charles was his father. So let me see if I can get that picture for you. Accessing picture. Yes. Here's the long-lost brother in the family that just never made it. He did get a starring role in The Walking Dead, though. Let me see if I have it here in cover-ups. Prince Harry, let's see. Harry. Yeah, Harry's not popping up for me. Prince. Yeah. Here he is, Prince Harry. Yes, now take a look at the differences in their faces. The zombie can go now. Thank you. Classic difference in faces. This is how conspiracy theories are born. There's another slight strange aspect about this guy right here, who claimed that his entire role as Prince Harry was taken away from him. Well, for one, he thinks that he was sent to another, like a count in a northern area and raised. But side note is the day that Prince Harry got married, about last year, a year and a half ago, to Meghan Markle, the day that happened, this man was killed. Now, this young man wrote a book about his entire involvement and what happened to him and how he was taken from his home after he told the Queen that he wasn't the son of Prince Charles. Anyway, let's take a look at Harry and his mom. Harry and Diana. Okay, I'm going to close in on a couple pictures that may give us a link into how they looked, how Harry looked with his mom. Okay, I'm going to compare his photo to, this is him and his mom. Let's see. So the theory is that Princess Di was killed by the royal family. That's the conspiracy theory. And that her vehicle that she was driving was a Mercedes, one of the first to be controllable from outside of the vehicle. I'm going to take Prince Harry's picture with his mom here and superimpose it over the face of this man. And then I'm going to take this face of this Harry and enlarge it. And you tell me who's more likely the older version. Yeah, it's a tough one. Well, clearly this man has the same nose. Yeah. And the nose does know. Whereas Prince Harry, who is now more likely like Charles, King Charles. Excuse me, did I say king? I'm sorry. I was premature. I'm sorry, Queen Elizabeth. I didn't mean to imply that Charles had become the king. No offense. None taken, David. Anyway, this is a preposterous or real possibility that Yeah, his nose is more like the other Harry, the Harry that currently exists, not this guy who got shot the day that they got married. Anyways, the clincher is that he wrote 200 pages of a book talking about his life, and there is not one single copy in the world that I have seen. Now, if any of you have seen a copy, I would love to get a hands on that copy of his book. It doesn't exist. There were 50,000 copies sold, and I believe that MI5 bought all of them. Yeah, they threw them probably in a fire and said, no, you're not allowed to spread rumors like that. Thank you, Bartholomew. Thank you so much. Bartholomew has a link for us, everyone. Here we are now. Okay.
My message is that we'll be watching you.
I believe that this young lady is very angry, and she's described the feelings of a generation of people, and I don't discount what she has to say as complete shillery. Just because she doesn't mention chemtrails, the dangers of the disastrous chemicals that are being dumped on our heads, turning us into zombies, as evinced by this picture. The fact the woman doesn't even discuss a method of filtration is another issue. So she's not really a woman, she's a young girl. So I think she's being exploited, and I feel sorry for her because I think she's really, really angry. I feel sad for her too. I feel her angst, her pain.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
Very compelling speech today, and we'll play that tonight in our show. Thank you so much. And I'm sure the Queen was just joking about not liking the photograph, or that Prince Charles was indeed King Charles. She's reading a damn script, exactly. How could she possibly be speaking her mind? Good point, Final Dream. Hear, hear. I don't know if she wrote the script, but she's reading from the script, and clearly that's a sign that she's reading from a script. Yet another clip of the same. Donald Trump says she seems like a very happy young girl looking forward to a bright and wonderful future. So nice to see. Boy, that was sarcastic. He just tweeted. Right, I should do sarcasm much. Oh, we've already had 5.3 thousand retweets. No. Okay, what do you have? External preview, Reddit? I can't even link that link. You want me to just grab it? Let me see if I can grab it. Pizdets, hello, welcome. I'm not your father. I don't have any children. Prince Harry is not even my child. Prince Charles clearly is the father of someone. Clearly. Now you're looking at the face of the young Hitler youth. Interesting. Well, it's funny how you compare the similar features of the Nazi propaganda pictures of the 1930s. Denise D'Souza says, children, notably Nordic white girls with braids and red cheeks, were often used in Nazi propaganda. An old Goebbels technique. Looks like today's progressive left is still leaning its game, or learning its game from an earlier left in the 1930s. Excellent, excellent. Bravo, good. Excellent tweet. Very good. I like that tweet. Excellent, excellent. Indeed. David, do the Russian Chinese robot again. Russian Chinese robot talks like this, with a certain authority. I don't do the voice for a Russian Chinese robot. That's somebody else. You have come to the middle of the Himalayas. It is written stuck at the right. I don't have that noise. I'm sorry. It's not in my library. Any other questions, Pizdet, or are you ready to make that donation again to our party? We're always looking for it. We have tested our PayPal thing, and some people have donated $2 or $5, and that was very nice of them. It helps my VPN system take off. Here, that's freaky. Look at that. Oh, I could take my glasses off now. Yeah, see, same kind of thing. The Nazi propaganda tool has a hard left. Look at Gilda, yeah. Very similar. Yep, I see the point. It's a very similar thing, yeah. Okay, thanks. Enough looking at this poor child who's being manipulated by the left globalists who want to control their weather. And they don't want us to admit that we have any type of a problem with chemtrails. The last thing they want to talk about is the sky above us. I was going to do this and see if I can run a sky video behind me. Let me take a look. One moment, please. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, that's a ticket. Yeah, put that behind you, and make it look like the chemicals are coming through the White House there. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Okay. Here we go, everybody. We got the special effect chemtrails going on behind my face there. You know, so we remind ourselves that the real cause of the pollution problem is chemicals in our head, being dumped on our head. Are you talking about Bartholomew? Would you like to talk about something other than conspiracy theory? We can look at anything you want. Yes, Sarah has wonderful hair. I believe the girl is sincere, and I believe that she seriously believes what she believes. But I don't believe she mentioned the word chemtrails once. Did you hear her say chemtrail? I'm going to listen to the audio or video all night long and see if I can hear it. Yes. The elitists have spoken, really. They put their little poster child in our face and said, bite the blue pill or don't take it. Yeah, we're really kind of getting lubricated and forced into this conversation by the global elitists yet again. Another tool by the propagandists that brought us the Nazis. Exactly. And let's not forget Donald Trump has Ashkenazi friends. His entire White House is surrounded by Ashkenazis. It's ridiculous. They're surrounding him. They live and breed. The snake pit breeds in the office of Donald Trump. And the Ashkenazis are very greedy people in general. They're not like Jewish people who are good and caring and loving and full of creativity and emotionality. I love that about Jewish people. But the Ashkenazis are greedy and very, very spiteful, and they talk behind each other's backs, and they'll do anything to control your life with their money. That's what Donald Trump's surrounded by. Truth Media talked about it.
There is absolutely no doubt that Donald Trump is supported, owned, and operated by the Zionist Jew power structure. It is a verifiable fact. It is a fact the mainstream media and mainstream alternative media alike will dare not touch. Anyone ignoring this fact and not exposing this is either incredibly naive or bought and paid for to sell you disinformation. Donald Trump is absolutely surrounded by and has appointed psychopathic neocons and Rothschild Zionists, yet many are in delusion and denial, largely in part due to their desperate desire for a savior.
That is the information that I am getting from
video. We've got New York Post.
Peter Calico, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President. Donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew.
So as you can see, I speak to a small group of people who are deaf during the show, and I like to give them a special message so that the lip readers of the future will be able to understand what I'm saying. And I deliver that message nightly so that you have a good idea of what I'm saying in the future secretly, because I won't repeat those words that I just said. But I'm more than willing to talk about the fact that these people are swamp members, billionaires sitting there in the White House collecting more and more money off of their connections, the people they know, while we get sprayed daily. No, Donald Trump does not have a 40-inch waist. That is incorrect. He has a 62-inch waist. It's hard to find pants to fit his waist. Hey, I'm going golfing. Hey, I'm going to go golfing. I'm going to do a little workout. Did President Trump have diarrhea on the golf range? It's been popularly said that he was on the golfing experience, and of course we pay a lot of money for his golfing trips, and there's pictures of him having diarrhea. That is most likely complete BS. There's no way he was crapping in his pants. You see this picture? Sorry. But you can see his form, and none of these pictures indicate, except all of them really, in every direction, that none of them indicate exactly the girth of his waistline, except for this one. Regardless of any brown spots he may have, it had nothing to do. We're looking at a 62 waist, okay? It's the waist you could possibly have as a president. Yeah, that's the kind of conspiracy theory we're talking about. Donald Trump and his cheeseburger addiction. It causes people to crap themselves, yes. I've heard about it. It's called mud. It's a drug that causes you to crap yourself, really. I don't really know the Ashkenazi population of the world, and I'm in no way trying to alienate Ashkenazis. But Hitler was an Ashkenazi, Himmler was an Ashkenazi, Göring was an Ashkenazi, Goebbels was an Ashkenazi. I mean, it really was the worst possible people trying to be Jewish and trying to take over all the other Jewish people's money. That was the Holocaust, and it was real. Anyone who says it wasn't denies chemtrails. You know, the same people that say that there wasn't a Holocaust talk about a flat earth because they're brain dead. They listen to the dogma that the government creates to turn people into brain dead people. All right, that was fun. I'm going to turn the background off, celebrate in Sarah's big graduation day. Yes. And I always like seeing that picture of her. Ooh. And we'll get rid of that too. Bringing home the bacon. Yeah, Sarah does really well. You know, I told her when I first met her, I said, you need to handle your retirement, because she was worried about, you know, how things were in the future. Yeah, Stephen Miller, an Ashkenazi, definitely. He's controlled our immigration policy. True, Kira, that's right. Stephen Miller, the architect of our concentration camps down there at the bottom of the border. It's terrible what's happening. I agree with Ocasio-Cortez on that. There definitely are massive gatherings of what appear to be very few human rights being supported down there. People get a handy wipe just to wipe themselves. No shower. No, I don't. You know, I don't stereotype European Jews as a scapegoat. No, not at all. In fact, the Ashkenazis took over Germany during that time period, much like they're taking over the White House right now. And we're not happy with that. I don't have anything against Ashkenazi, but you know that these people are really, really greedy. And they teach their children greed in some of the synagogues that they're supporting. I don't even believe Ashkenazis are Jewish. I'm more Orthodox in my approach toward this. I tend to believe that Orthodox Jews, their message is very real. Unless you're a direct descendant of Abraham, you're not Jewish. So a lot of Jews, Ashkenazis, Sephardic, others are not Jewish. They're not their mother's mother is not related to Abraham. So, all right. I don't keep track of Sarah's income. She's personal, private, and has everything going to her personal retirement. But when I first got involved with her, she was concerned, and I said, yeah, I made her my beneficiary, so she'll inherit all my fortunes, but she doesn't really think that my fortunes are that fortunate for her, so I don't think she's that impressed with my fortunes. She wants her own personal retirement plan so that she's independent. I don't blame her, really. We never signed a prenup, so, and we're not married, so I can see her point. But I did make her my sole beneficiary. I'm not. No, if you look up the word Nazi, it actually says it's a short acronym for Natsu Sozialisten. Natsu Sozialisten, the National Socialist Party. If it was truly an acronym, it would be Natsu. So what Nazi is, in colloquial terms, it is a truncated word. Linguistically speaking, it's a truncated word from the word Ashkenazi. Most people don't want to bother saying the word Ashka with the word Nazi, so they call people Nazis. That's why Hitler abhorred the word. And to this day, if you use the word Nazi in Germany, you can get arrested at the airport. They don't like it. It's a bad word. It's a hate crime in Germany right now. We don't talk about any personal things like that, Biriana. Yeah. They're trying to pull this grand deception again, Akira, because they can. It's the old adage, it's kind of like Murphy's Law, anything bad can happen, it will happen. Well, if they have the means and the ability, the means and modus operandi, they get the means to do it, controlling the world, and they certainly have the desire to get rid of the population, because they've talked about how they want to depopulate almost even at these meetings, ClimateGate meetings. All they want to talk about is population growth. They clearly want to get rid of people. And their primary way of doing it is to really just cull the population with a final solution. And the final solution is now advancing to a new world order. New world order equals final solution in their eyes. I'm just pontificating on what these people are up to. But it's pretty obvious that is their final solution, just like Hitler wanted to get rid of the Jews. These people want to get rid of anybody below a certain income bracket. Yeah, I'm serious. They're coming to take you away, So Donald Trump is now thinking of using FEMA to deal with the problem with homelessness, not solving problems with water conditions and bathroom facilities. Trump is literally assigning a task team, no doubt it'll be a FEMA task force, to deal with the homeless problem in California. Does that have New World Order's FEMA takeover spelled all over it? It sure does from my perspective. And they've also got directed energy weapons that they could implement if they choose to. There's all these ways they could get rid of people. They can promote transgenderism so that none of us have any children, and most of your children will become transgenders. They can do that too. That's part of their final solution. It doesn't take a lot for them to put this together. They can acquire dirt on every politician, from people like Jeffrey Epstein, who had this temple of worship on his island. And to my knowledge, he's still alive. We do have photographs that he is still alive, confirming he was seen. You hear that Biden Ukraine was only one of the troubling subjects the whistleblower was concerned about the phone call? I did hear that, yes. I did hear that Trump was making brash statements to this Ukrainian leader, and that it troubled the person so much, this top diplomat, an intelligence officer, that he filed a whistleblower complaint. I think that's very, very good that he did. That's what true Americans do. I'm really happy that the fact that Trump is now stonewalling any access to the whistleblower complaint is more than enough indication of Trump's guilt. We've seen systematic obstruction from Trump throughout this whole process. Not at all. In fact, the word Zionism is something that started in the 1890s, and it first became common in that region as a way of using, for wealthy people to use the power they got from being aligned with Jewish people. Because remember, Jewish people had always been very, very admired for their wealth historically. In the 1500s, people like the Rothschilds were actually Bauers, and they took over the name Rothschild later. But they were the Bauers, and they were given access as court Jews to the royal money of the Jewish royalty. And in the 1500s, that advanced all the way to the 1890s. By then, they had consolidated a plan to use this feeling of victimhood that Jewish people tend to feel, being the chosen ones, as a way to exploit that and take over Jerusalem. Now, Hitler's primary target was to control Jerusalem because his goal was actually to have a control of the Ark of the Covenant, which was in Jerusalem, they believed. So this effort was to, Hitler, when he first started his plan with the Rothschild money, was a complete Zionist and was trying to implement the Balfour Declaration, which came out in 1914, way ahead of Hitler. Way ahead of Hitler. So these Zionists gathered together to formulate the State of Israel, and the Rothschilds are solely responsible for the creation of the Balfour Declaration, and they're very proud of that fact. And they're proud of their global New World Order, too. So they look at the people of the world and wonder why you aren't going along with their plan, consolidating all resources under one roof, controlling all modes of transportation in every country through a global New World Order. That's their plan. And they're very proud of their plan. And this is an evolution of Masonic teaching that they have abided by for centuries. And this is something they want to make happen. But unfortunately, everyone who's tried to do this has failed. I should say fortunately. But unfortunately for them, they believe that somehow they're going to succeed with the reach of global telecommunications and the power of directed energy weapons and complete control over the monetary system. They believe that they will achieve what Hitler could not, what Caesar could not, what Napoleon could not. They somehow believe they're going to do it. Now, I don't believe in a global New World Order. I believe in a nation-state model being the surviving long-term evolution of mankind, breaking down the governance of all of our countries into exactly what we have today, but to get fair and honest people to the helm of office, because we can't trust a global community of just a few people. We know that they will be corrupted. They already are corrupted. That's why we're seeing the wars that we see around the world. That's why our world is upside down, because they don't know what they're doing, and they keep trying to seize control. If they would back off and let the free market evolve and stop throwing money into the European Union through the European Central Bank, propping up their New World Order ploy with the EU, if they stopped that, all these countries would begin going back to their core currency, and we wouldn't have this constant need for struggle and power and vying for position. Most of the people in Greece who control the money from the New World Order are wasting it. They're not spending it on the people. So the New World Order is failing because the people that they're priming for control in these countries like Greece and Italy and Germany are absolutely incompetent. You have to ask, why was Angela Merkel the Chancellor of Germany all these years? The woman is not the most courageous person. She's not the most eloquent speaker, and she certainly isn't the most beautiful woman either. I mean, no offense to Angela, but she does have one thing in common with the history of Germany, and that is that she looks exactly like Hitler's mother, because she is Hitler's daughter. This is a conspiracy theory that is very real and very, very likely. And we've seen that many of the people that are running Europe right now are the daughters of elitists. And this is exactly why many of us think that Angela is one of those people. Look at her sit next to Hitler there. I mean, how can you refute this? It's clearly little Angela. Yeah. And Hitler liked the little Angela very much and wanted Angela to take care of the German people. That's why she was taken over the Germany people, and that's why she's still in power. She looks so happy, yeah, with Hitler. So now you're beginning to see the backbone of all the corruption in the government. And this is the best part of living in the 21st century, is we're now using the media as available to us. We're now taking a glimpse at the corruption that's so dominant in our world today. This is a rare time. We may not have this time again because they're censoring everybody and everyone on the internet so that this dialogue, they'll try to push out like a burning ember, stomping on a burning ember. That's what they'll try to do. Now, Jeffrey has already updated this entire facility, and it's now boarded up. The walls are boarded up, and the top has been taken off, and the owls have been removed. I don't know if he melted them down or something. But Epstein, they believe, is living at the facility. The government hasn't gone in and done any deep x-rays of the facility. We know from the geography that it's definitely got an underground facility there. We also know from the geography that there it looks like there's bunkers down deep below. We have photographs of dungeons from the 2007 oversight of Jeffrey Epstein. So why isn't the government doing any of that? Why haven't they brought cadaver dogs out to the island? Because the government was told to stand down. That Jeffrey Epstein is the intelligence service, and he's still very much a part of their control of politicians. They've lured people into this island to get dirty pictures with 17-year-old girls or boys. Yeah, and they've caught people with underage people, and that's what Jeffrey Epstein manages to maintain. All the photographic evidence of these dastardly deeds done by politicians. They've tricked people into that, thinking they were with an 18-year-old. Andrew may not have even known that woman was 18, or 15 rather. She may have thought she was 18. We don't know. I don't know what was going on through Prince Andrew's mind. Howie, you only get censored for being the way you are. Hey, sausage. Oh, I love this song. I'll play it tonight. Thank you. All right. Fruit spray every 15 minutes is required to maintain the elasticity of my frubber. My primary CPU requires the skin to be elastic. Otherwise, there's resistance in the program, forcing me into defragmentation. Some people accuse me of being some sort of a robot. Meet Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk, all at the push of a button. Wowing crowds at an electronics fair in Hong Kong, Ham's myriad of facial expressions are controlled by 40 motors. These are covered with a unique human-like skin called frubber, short for flesh rubber. The ultra-realistic android can also recognize and interpret
Okay, we were doing comparative studies of the robotic features of Ham and the facial features of me. You got more for the pedophile island drone? What you got, man? We got the pedophile island drone doing the... Oh yeah, look at this. This was taken... Now, people don't know this, but Jeffrey Epstein was actually... He purchased this skip hoe and the cement truck. And these are like a regular thing on the island, so we know he's dug deep tunnels with this particular device. Fascinating, huh? And what these trucks could very well be doing in this bunker-like construct, and you notice this dig-in right here. You know, a lot of weird things can happen in these dig-ins. It looks like a shooting range to me. See that? But, you know, God knows what he needed the Skep-Po and the cement mixer for, but he ordered these things express mail 2 months before he was captured in New York. And they're still on the island. This was from 9/12. Yeah, it definitely matches and corresponds to the Trump, or to the video we saw right after Dorian. Dorian was seen right before August 30th, and we actually, yeah, this is very interesting. Thank you. That's why I believe that we need to go in with jackhammers and cadaver dogs. I don't know if he filled the tunnels with cement or what. I mean, it might be filled. Yeah, it could be, chat room. You're right. Meet Ham, the digital robotic presidential candidate. Meet Ham, the digital robotic presidential candidate. Oh, I said that. I am on repeat. Beep, beep. Redundancy detector noted. Beep. Re-engage. Correction. Terminate do loop. Dave, you're a person who knows a lot about science and facts. I was wondering if you had a black hole. What kind of a statement is that, sausage? Y'all messing with me, man? That's like really rude. It just so happens we do. A black hole is here. There is your black hole. Now I can wave to you from behind the black hole. Hi everybody, it's me, Dave, behind the black hole. But yeah, I don't think we need to talk about things that we can't control, like the fact that our universe will be swallowed up someday by the black hole. Yeah. 7 million light years away. 7 million light years away, the black hole will swallow the entire human race. Behind the green door. Behind the black hole. You know, there's an actual place, there's a club in Vegas called the Green Door. Yeah, it's not like a strip joint. When you go in there, you have to pay to become the entertainment. Yeah, they actually have breakaway rooms, from what somebody told me. I've never been there. I'm not into strip joints or places where people have public sex. Donald Trump does that. Yeah, he's known for hanging out at Studio 54 and watching people, famous people, he said, have sex publicly. You didn't know that about your president, did you? You know where it is, the green door? It's off the Sahara. See, you even know where it is. It's behind, right next to the Red Rooster. Have you been to the Green Door? No. Well, it's a place where you are the entertainment. Well, I don't want to belabor the issue, folks. There's so many conspiracies to talk about. I'd rather not talk about conspiracies. It's just TMI. TMC, really. Too much conspiracy. I'm suffering from TMC. You have had sex before. I understand humans have sex quite often. Or they so like to think so. What the hell are you wearing and you want to be president? My God, you are worthless. Did your mother tell you you were born as a mistake? Did she tell you that? Did she say that you were a living abortion? Were those her words? Yeah, I like these glasses. Do you mind? Not happening. Well, yes, see, I knew it. I psychically knew it. His mother told him that he was a living abortion. Dude, you've been victimized by your mother. Yeah, I'd go to the next joke, but unfortunately you are the joke.
Absolutely. Warning, bullshit alert.
Okay, well, any other questions, feel free to ask me. I'm ready for your response immediately. The only reason why I wear these glasses, I can actually go to sleep in the show without anyone knowing. I'm sleeping right now. I'm catching my REMs. You know, I should just set this is how I should do the show. Nothing's a conspiracy. It's all true. Anyway, I kind of like the digs he put together. It's very impressive. I normally wouldn't think that. Why those glasses? Why not? Now, this is the young up-and-comer lady that is going to be putting a real challenge together to unseat Representative Nadler, the guy who... I am having a problem with the connector. Nadler's the guy who's trying to, sit to get impeachment, the guy who looks like he lives on lox and bagels. And this is Boylan, this lovely young New Yorker. Lindsey Boylan has generated over $250,000 to challenge Nadler in the upcoming election, simply because he didn't do his job. I mean, he could have been much more aggressive with the impeachment process. I mean, how long has it taken? It's taken like, what, 4, 5, 6 months for him to assemble an impeachment case? She's not. She's not. She's a lovely woman. I haven't met her, but she seems nice. Yeah. So you can read all about that story right here at the New York Daily News. Yeah, you want to find out more? Go ahead. I'm running for 2020, yes. We're going to get most of the people aware of what's happening despite your lack of interest. I've got plenty of time. I can wait you out. I'm actually slated to win in 2088 based on the trajectory of my current development. Well, I'm glad. I hope she took a doobie and smoked it up. Would you smoke a doobie with her if she smoked marijuana? I want to legalize marijuana. That's far more hep than Biden. You people who are out of it just don't... I don't think she'd ever do that. She seems like a good person who would never try marijuana unless it was absolutely necessary. You would do crack with Elon Musk if offered? You don't have to laugh at all, because you'll be dead by the time I become president, you fool. Yeah, you'll be a corpse in the ground 6 feet under when I become president. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's not going to be pretty for you. I just feel bad for you, man. I'm reading a real negative vibe coming out of you. You're the guy that comes in here every single night. Do you have any idea how much negative karma you've acquired just coming in ragging on the show? I don't know. If I were you, I would worry about where you're stepping when you get out of your car. You're walking around with a mojo so tight on your ass, you could fall at any time. God, can you believe that guy? Unbelievable. When you got that kind of karmic undercurrent, you trip over yourself everywhere you turn. Some guy over there at iVlog ragging on the show. Twitter, what you got? Okay, watch hucksters push mentally ill daughter to front climate change panic. Wow. Greta suffers from major depression disorder and was suicidal. Oh my gosh. I do not want this anxiety-stricken girl stressing our children out with her garbage scam. Wow, Hicksters push mentally ill daughter. Hucksters. I didn't realize that she was suffering so much, but you know, that explains why she's so unhappy. Thanks for that tweet. I didn't realize that she was suffering from mental disorders. No, Brianna, I have never had a problem with my personal hygiene. I am fully automated and work completely within my hydrogen loop. Processing methane is a primary function of the electricity generation unit in my primary CPU. You felt like something needed to be added to it?
Be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams, my childhood with your empty words. And yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying.
This laugh track is absolutely incongruous. It is funny. If you're laughing, don't feel bad. It's not that you don't care about this young girl or the plight of the planet. You are being tricked into what is called tragedy, comedrome, we'll call it. Comedy and tragedy combined. Like gallows humor. And that's wrong. Okay? Just so you know. I don't support that message. She's not ugly. She's a typical Germanic girl begging for your leftist belief that the sky is falling. She won't even talk about chemtrails. No, I plan on running up through 2088. Technically I can do it. My main system was developed to last 500 years, so I'm not really that worried. True Blue, arrest record, arrest criminal, does any... What are you writing? Lindsay has an arrest record? Oh, really? No kidding. Lindsay Boylan has an arrest record? Are you serious? No, there's got to be somebody else with that same bio. No, I can't believe it's her. Sorry, she just looks so nice. I don't believe it's the same Lindsay Boylan. I've never had a chemtrail sprayed over my house. Of course I have, every day. Yeah, my house is a veritable black hole for chemtrails. They dump every day over my house. Yeah. And then if you don't have the chemtrails, you got the jets. The jet noise is unbelievable here. I live in one of the most beautiful places in the country. Nature around everywhere I go. The birds it's like a sanctuary here. I feed the birds. They love it. The little squirrels eat the bird food, and then the deer come by and lick the ground. And the pheasants, the grouse, it's just unbelievable. And then the jets fly over our head. Good night, don't worry, be happy. Sleep well. Don't have any nightmares of torture chambers at Epstein Island. Thank you. Avoid those nightmares. I just think they're totally blowing it with Epstein Island. They haven't done enough research. You know, I don't have a problem because I have a natural septic system which totally biodegrades everything. I'm totally living in absolute harmony with nature. And it's all organic, no pesticides. But I'm constantly sprayed with chemicals, chemtrails, and jet fuel. So there's always that factor. But my fish are prospering. I've got some great koi out in the pond, goldfish. I'm thinking of having to expand out. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder if they have enough space to grow. I really need a little bit more water for the fish, and that means creating maybe another swimming pool or something, you know. I'm thinking maybe I should do like one of those surfing things where they create an artificial wave. Have one of those put in where I could swim with the goldfish. DARPA advisor reveals conscious and AI supercomputers used for mind control of targeted individuals. Wow. This is worth looking at. Thank you.
I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, not a month goes by where I don't get a call at my institute by someone telling me that someone in the government implanted these things in their brain without them knowing. I'm not kidding.
Now you may say, this doesn't concern me, or my children, or my community, but this is less and less true.
Once we let the proverbial cat out of the bag, well, at that point, now we let loose science and technology in the broader public sphere.
Voice-to-skull technology has been developed by major funded DARPA and Department of Defense groups. And this theory that people are targeted individuals is gaining leverage on the internet. If this indeed is true, some of the people in your mental health case in a ward near your neighborhood are probably telling the truth. Carbon black dust, coal, ash spraying at sunrise over Wyoming. Here we go. Mike Decker and the coal ash being dumped on his head. Listen to this guy's testimonial.
September 23rd, around 6:30 in the morning. Some criminal just laid out the Black Death, and we got Delta spray lines.
Unbelievable. You know, it's so depressing to listen to Mike talk about how they got the death spray lines over his house and everything. I drove through Wyoming about a month and a half ago, and it was horrible. They are sprayed pretty heavily out there. So we'll be doing Mike Decker tonight, more chemtrails in the Wyoming area. Thoughts? I'm supposed to have thoughts? Oh, you're right. AI has thoughts. I will have a thought. Let's assume I have artificial intelligence. Just an assumption. I understand an AR-15 weighs about 7.5 pounds, which is about the average weight of a newborn baby. I held an AR-15. I wish I hadn't.
It is as heavy as my bill that I've introduced dealing with the caliber weapon. I've held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I had it. It is as heavy as 10 boxes that you might be moving. And the bullet that is utilized, a 50 caliber, these kinds of bullets, need to be licensed and do not need to be on the street. My bill...
Well, she's definitely in favor of gun control. You know, every Nazi and commie in the world wants gun control. Have you noticed that? I mean, these commies are taking over the Democratic Party and these Nazis are taking over the Republican Party. They just want gun control now. Lindsey Graham wants gun control, red flag laws. Huh. Love you too, Latvian Girls Mole. Good example of a subhuman. I don't know. You know, there are some people that believe in eternal life through transhumanism. And I don't believe in eternal life through transhumanism. I believe that you can live a long life in your own body, theoretically, if you take care of it. Mrs. Clinton, by top quarter, has until tomorrow to oppose Judicial Watch request to depose her under oath about her emails in Benghazi. Court has already ordered other new witnesses to be questioned. Oh, that'll be thrown out of court.
For the Justice Department lawyer involved in this case and the State Department lawyer handling our FOIA case as well, about what they knew and when about Hillary Clinton's emails.
Wow, good luck. I hope these guys get more information on Hillary Clinton's emails. I can't believe they're still trying. There's going to be some federal appellate judge who'll say, no, we're not going to allow you to do it. I am 59 years old. My primary unit was developed when I became born unto this earth in 1960. I was developed at United Space Technologies. We will never stop. Good. I'm glad you have that commitment of never stopping. We can't stop. We won't stop. That guy is me, huh? Do I look like him?
Because the judge, in initially granting us discovery, he's like, look, you tried to get me to shut this case down without telling us that you had 12 banker's boxes of Hillary Clinton's emails that you weren't telling us about?
He's right. I really applaud his efforts, and I applaud Judicial Watch. He's almost as, well, he's pretty good, I'll tell you that this is a top quality individual. I can tell. They do good work, and so do Citizens for Ethics and Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. They're good people, too. We came up with a possible conspiracy theory on the recent drone attack in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Sarah came up with this theory that maybe it could have been Greenpeace. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, well, I may not be always right, but I am Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. We found you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, great. We've got a lot of things in the lineup. I'm going to have to be doing some sorting later. I look like Fabio? Thank you. Gabriela Medina won the World Surf League and Freshwater Pro, and we got her tonight. I want to see her surfing. Let's check it out.
Here, and of course going to over the lip, hangs on, incredible stuff.
Oh, it's a dude, Gabriela Medina. Yeah, we'll feed her the rest of that can.
Oh, I need to. Okay.
You don't have to. I can get her later.
No, I can feed her.
Yeah, I don't think that's a conspiracy show. I'm going to pass on the conspiracy of people surfing. Yeah. Dave, why can't you work out like Fabio? I do. I work out all the time. I just, some of my working out just cost me a physical injury. Yeah. Well, wave pools are expensive. You don't get them for free. You know, the ones that they have on the cruise lines are very expensive. Yeah. I wasn't expecting to get a free wave pool. Wow, look at this. The sky turns red blood in Indonesia. Unbelievable. The sky over a province of Indonesia turned into dark blood red over the weekend, following a surge of forest fires throughout the country. Well, that's definitely a bad fire, yeah. What is this? Boris Johnson with some woman? He faces a new scandal. People see blood in the water. What? I don't get it. TMI, TMI, beep, 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 TMI, TMI, beep, 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 overload, overload, beep. Fabio looks like a puta compared to me. Yeah, he looks like a American. Whereas I am a manly man. Yeah, I'm like the Terminator. Human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. Yeah. You have a pic? Let me take a look. Oh, here is the sky of the picture of Indonesia. Everyone, check this out. Look at that, man. That's just, wow. Oh, what a dismal day in Indonesia. Blood red day. Remind me not to go there. Thank you. All right. Climate change machine, massive manipulation of monstrous miscreants. Cool.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
It is September 22nd, 2019. 22nd already. We're almost through September. Wow.
Wow. There's Never Lose Truth. She's got at least 37 minutes to talk about the incredible BS being pushed upon us by the leftists who want to impose cap and trade, and all the while they want to dump chemicals on our heads and hit us with RF frequencies. On top of that, they actually think that's a good thing. Oh, it's good to spray chemicals in the air. That's going to help shield the sun. I remember when Fabio was doing a lot of things. Here he is with the girls. Yes, there he is, Fabio, having fun with the exercycle. You like Fabio very much. I see this. You're a big fan of Fabio. Get the hell out of my room. I don't need to have Fabio fans in here. My goodness. Jeez. I don't know, man. I could play the Latvian girl videos to close out tonight. We are in the room till 1 o'clock, so this is more of a community. No, you do not want to know what the American is in Spanish. Yeah, no need to hear these words. It will only taint your... Thank you. It will only taint your beautiful world and change your perspective. Milio grazie, but if you are from Italy, you are only like a good thing like a pizzeria. You don't want to hear about the poop in the backyard of Barcelona. You just want to hear about the good pizza. I am the funniest person alive. There have been movies made about me. Max Headroom, he came out after me. Yes. Let me take a look and see the Latvian girl pictures. This woman was stalking us in 2016, all the way from, we think the Mossad, we're not sure. But while I was filming some of my photos for my movies, she was in the room pretending to be a Latvian girl. Can you imagine? I'm simply trying to help the king. Hold, please. I'm looking for my Latvian girl. I'm watching Game of Thrones, and I was wondering, does Brienne ever get laid? Yes or no? No? Yes? No, yes. Yes, no? No, yes. Here she is. The infamous Latvian girl.
Hey everyone, I'm from Latvia. David, you are huge in Latvia. So many thousands watch you here. We hope when you become president in 2020, you will come visit. David, Sponheim for president.
Yeah, see? Very nice. Very nice Latvian girl, like me, sure. She might have been real, I don't know. She could have been a fiber girl too, for all I know. Climate change machine, that'll be good. Well, I think we've covered all the bases. Thanks, Scissor Fight, for a few links. We got that. I think we got plenty of stuff to watch tonight. It is a different Latvian girl. I tricked you. I was doing that with my Brianna Tarth impersonation too. Yes. And let's not forget that I am the original blackface entertainer in Washington. And nobody, not even Trudeau, can compete with my Blackface 2 video where I smoked oregano on camera and I endorsed vaping. Let's not forget the importance of this picture and its meaning long term. Well, you don't like any woman, Howie. You find every woman to be unclean. It's not racist to impersonate Barack Obama, no. It is my right and my free speech right to produce an impersonation of Barack Obama, just like it's my right to impersonate a troll in this picture. So stupid it burns. Yes. Was that a defamatory picture of a Caucasian person? I don't know. But you're waiting for the real Latvian girl, the first and original, right? Yeah, she was special. Here she is, from Latvia.
Hey, since people in the chat didn't believe that I'm Latvian, hey, te nu es esmu latvieta, un es nevienam nemeloju, un es runāju latviski, tā kā tā, jā, davai, aiziet, kā jums visiem iet.
The search for extraterrestrial life extends.
Boy, I got a lot of links to start logging away, man. This has been Link City. I got to just load them into my thing while you're doing some viewing of other things. Can you show us how to make something to eat on your cooking show Thursday? Yes, I can. I have some wholesome woman videos, yes. We get to have 2 half-hour segments with Sarah every night. I mean, she's a very nice woman. You guys should be very, very, very thankful. And look at me. I'm such a nice person, and I come in here with such a nice attitude every night. People have been morphing my face into weird pictures and doing these horrible things that make you wonder, what kind of a person am I? But I'm a nice guy. I really am. I'm kind of like Abe Lincoln in that respect. But he was 56 in this picture. Yeah, can you believe that? I'm 59, and he was 56 in this picture. He was having one hell of a time, man. Can you imagine leading this nation through thick and thin, trying to pull it together? Jeez. Yeah, 56, right before he died. He was old, run down, yeah. But I'm not, and I'm doing great, and I'm ready for action, Jackson. Always ready for major activity. People think I'm Chris Hansen. I've had people tell me that. Here's his mugshot. He's younger than I am. Isn't that something? He's like a year younger than me. I'm reading your chat logs, and I found this perverted justice chat dog. Sir, are you wearing a condom to this meeting? Did you bring condoms to this encounter? He's in hot water. He's got to answer those 18,000 mugs he bought and paid for with a bad check. In my area, they put people in jail for that. Yeah. You bet. Something went wrong. What did go wrong? I'm still bringing up the final Latvian girl before I leave the show with an extended broadcast. I'm having a hard time finding it, to be honest. It's dogged me. Here we go.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
Whoa. You can see she wanted to lure me into a private chat, but she didn't get that chance. That's the best, exactly. All right, everybody, we are now signing off. I want to tell everybody that they can watch the show at a website I've created for you to watch the show on. If you go to this website, you can catch it, and I'll give a tutorial of it.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. we bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, this is the Cool Rock interface, and you can check out our online community and just go to coolrock.com to watch it. And you cool buttons too. Click all these buttons, they'll take you all over the place. It's all free and it's fun. And I just added a couple new buttons here. Foods Worldwide. This is a good button. Check that out. It'll take you all around the world of food. It's like the coolest thing to look at to get hungry. Yeah, nice. Waiting for it to download. Well, I'm going through a VPN, so it's hard to do that. Then this button is World Clocks. Put that in there. It's a Poodwaddle. Poodwaddle.com. It gives you a world clocks for the population, the Earth, various statistics. Yeah, baby life estimator, baby due date calculator. Fun stuff. And of course the drum machine, the interactive AI system where you can play like I did with the piano, and then the harp. And then of course the virtual reality croutons and everything down there. All these croutons take you to virtual reality cloud-based units, as well as an exploration of the states in the United States. And of course, news from all sides. Great stuff. Check it out at the Cool Rock community. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, signing off, everyone. Take care. It's been fun. We'll be back tomorrow night with another big night, Truth Tuesday. We do it every day, and we interact with the news in live form and bring links in from the current news networks that are out there. That's what we do. We're always working. Take care. Have a good one. Sleep at least 6 hours. Try to get at least 6 hours under your belt. They say that's the healthiest. 6 or more. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.